Greetings, Earthlings, and welcome to Euro Mini Main Event. It's the circuit events live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. 24 players remaining now. This is the final day. 40k is the small, 80k is the big blind with an 80k running big blind ante. That's 48 and 80. Average stack still well over 30 bigs, which is just a testament to how great these structures are. Last night was a lot of fun. A lot of big hands taking place. It's 2-card PLO, says the great game of Fraz. It sure is, buddy. Nice to have you with us. Welcome anyone tuning in from YouTube or the Poker Room Kings on Twitch. Come on in, the water's lovely. 55,000 euro for the eventual champion. I'm excited for this one. Got myself a good sleep, good breakfast, some stretching, reading, an Iceman breathing, and we're good to go. Average stack 2.8 mil, as I just said. You'll find out all the additional information about this fantastic resort at the King's Resort website. My name is Action Man Dan, your host, your broadcaster, your analyst, your Irish pundit for this one. We have Francesco Pagliozzo, a name I recognize, with 47 bigs, coming in as your table captain. And Larislav Ogorek with 39 bigs. Mawar Zaharaji, who has $425,000 in tournament live earnings. Definitely one to watch in this field with 23 players remaining now. Stefan Petri with 28 bigs. Olaf Kenzora with 22. Georgios Tompolis with 20, Yuri Pavlenko with 17, and Andrei Stabelski with 12 bigs, with some work to do. Hope you're all very well and not too hungover on this Monday afternoon. I am fresh as a daisy, I don't mind telling you. Maybe it was a good thing I was working last night. I would have been joining the festivities around the country. Bang Tang, I like the name. Says back in Rozvadov. We are indeed. In the Czech Republic. On the German border, 90 minutes away from Prague, roughly speaking. €1,900 is the current payout. Starting entry field size of 1,700. Francesco 2.5xing with the pocket nines, and Zaharaji going to call on the button. All options were on the table there. Could just jam, even though that seems way too many bigs, but you do see guys do that online. 3-bet would be my preferred option, but with 23, he's just going to 23 players remaining and sub 30 bigs to start the hand. He doesn't really want to get it in with the ace jack, doesn't really want a 3-bet fold. So therefore, we are just going to see him take one off in position, and I'm all for it. I would prefer to do this if we were suited with the ace jack, but Mauro Zaharaji knows exactly what he's doing, and let's see what happens here. Francesco is going to check on the king 6-5 with the pocket nines over to Zaharaji. Bet a 200k in a call. Zaharaji could have the best hand with his ace jack, as ace of spades. Another 5 pairs board. Francesco should be going into check call mode here. Hands like king jack, king queen, ace king should theoretically be 3-betting free the majority of the time. But if he's calling with ace jack, then he very likely calls in position with hands like the aforementioned ones. I see people tuning in all the way from Arizona on YouTube. Thanks very much. Just in Arizona. Yeehaw! I know that that's more of a Texas thing, by the way, but that was the first thing that came to my head. Sorry, not sorry. And Zaharaji hoping to win a showdown there with the 10 of diamonds peeling off. And Francesco would be delighted to take that pot down. 2 overcards to his pocket there on board. Trying to put a showdown and a 1 million pot going in his direction. Kick things off. Kick that mule. Yuri Pavlenko going to raise it up to 2.5x on the button with the Jack 10 offsuit. This seems totally acceptable to me. Now, Andre Stebolevsky with a decision with ace-5 offsuit. I think this might be good enough for a rejam, you know. That's a great rejam. Some players just won't take that one. Will just fold. That's a great pickup with the ace-5 uncontested. MJ is in the house. What's up, Maureen Blauschlinger? Nice to have you with us. Hope you can hear me loud and clear. Yuri shoving the 12 bigs in the cutoff. King Jack offsuit. Standard. MJ says, yes, I did some research. Maurer Z is very accomplished. Yes, he has 425k on his hand and mob. Thanks a million. And Maureen, he would be one to watch in a field like this. He's a very dangerous player. Now, he has lost a decent amount of his stack. He had over 3 million last night at one point. But hey, that's the game we play. You live by the sword, you die by it. And he does have aces here. Maureen, I have a question for you. We seen a guy last night, and he got queens, kings, and aces, 3 hands back to back to back. How do you like those apples? What are the odds of that? Now, he lost a massive pot with the aces in a spot where he never should have got a bad beat. It was ludicrous. And actually, speaking of the guy, that's him right there. Olaf Kenzora had a roller coaster of a day. Loves hopping up out of his seat, even if he's not the at-risk player. Let me ask AI. Okay. We're going to have to ask the robots. As long as a robot doesn't try to take my job, I'm all right with that, MJ. Good luck impersonating Action Man Dan is all I'll say. They shouldn't be able to do that for at least 5 years. Only time will tell. Andrew says it's okay. It truly is the wild, wild west here. Come on down. There's people looking for the payouts. 22 players remaining now. So that means everyone remaining is guaranteed a minimum of €1,900. Sixes are going to open. Open to 160. If I had to favorite someone to take down this title, it would have to be Zaharaji. I'm not fully sure who else is left in the field. There's always some sicko that just appears out of nowhere. But from the info I have, that's who I would be going for. Now, he is on the shorter side of things, but one double up, and he's right there. Perplexity says this: the odds of being dealt queens, then kings, and aces in 3 consecutive answers. That cat 10,793,861. Wow. That makes sense then if he's getting those kind of odds for those kind of pairs. Back to back to back. Right, Maureen, what happened was there was an open. There was the open was the two big blinds. Then the button 3-bet to 8 big blinds, leaving himself with 11 big blinds behind. And the big blind woke up with aces. The aces rejam, and the fours decided they were pot committed and called it off for an 11 big blind sizing more. That's 11 plus 8, quick maths. 19 big blinds stacking off the pocket fours against the aces. 4 on the river. Elkanut says the odds are 1 and 2. You either get it or you don't. And thank you, MJ, saying that AI can never take over my job. That is very reassuring. And hopefully all these remaining players have slept well, have done their morning routine, and are fighting fit for a long action-packed day of poker. MJ says they like how real names must be used at the World Series of Poker events. Yeah, we had Pistol Pete at the table last night. You must know Pistol Pete. And Pistol Pete had to use his real name, but he wasn't there for too long. And I was like, who the hell is Christian Schneider? I'll be back in just a moment, folks. I'm eating my brain berries here. We got some brain berries, some walnuts, some strawberries, and a small dollop of yogurt. And I'll get stuck in after this hand. Francesco with the cutoff, ace-4 of clubs. Yuri taking advantage of Francesco's large amount of chips. Analyzing the situation and rejamming the ace-8. Well, Francesco wants to gamble for 14 bigs. I feel like this is a bit too much to call. We see king, king, queen, 6. There's the 9. Chop it up, boys. And I will be back in just a few moments. Righty, folks, just picking up the action here on the 3, Queen, King, 7. Under the gun +1 with the ace-8 of clubs. Cut off calling with the Queen, Jack of hearts. And Georgia's coming along for the ride and has top 2. Is going to bet 185 on the turn. Olaf is going to call, of course, with the nut flush draw. And that's going to get Stefan out of the way. Big river coming up. Not anymore. The 3 of hearts rolling off. That will pair the board. But it won't really make much of a difference. So current payout is €1,900. If you're just tuning in on this Monday afternoon, you're watching the World Series of Poker Circuit event. It's the mini main, €300 buy-in and €55,000 for the winner. Let's not forget about everything else that's up for grabs. The winner of this one going to win €55,000, a 5K World Series of Poker Paradise package. Woo! And a $3,000 Kings Million package on top. And top 10 finishers in this are all going to get a 3K package. I won't say there's one for everyone in the audience, but top 10, a lot of extra juice. Bird says, were you all brave and nice? Nice and brave. I'm not nice. I'm kind. I'm not a nice guy. I'm a good guy. I'm not a nice guy. I'm a good man. MJ says, that Paradise package is amazing. Oh, wow. And a King's Million. Great value. It really is. For a €300 buy-in. Raji. Going to put the pressure back on Francesco here. Francesco with the king 10, Zaharaji with the small pair. As the blinds have gone up with 21 players remaining now, and that means there's 3 tables of 7. One, two, three wants to know, is there a plan of streams somewhere? I know I can look up poker tournament schedule. You can find out all the information at the King's Resort website, sir. Next weekend, we have the main event of the World Series of Poker Circuit events. By the way, did mention that the champion is going to take home one of those signature rings as well. It's just kingsresort.com. 1, 2, 3. You'll find out the entire schedule from now until the end of the year. Next weekend is the main. I'm in the booth Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday. That's going to be a very long one. Mark that one in your calendar. Francesco with ace king of diamonds on the button. He will just take that one down from the button, and George is now with 21 bigs, king 10 offsuit. Average stack, basically hitting just under 33 big blinds. So the king 10 getting out of the way. I don't blame him. Round to the hijack, raising 2.5x with the ace jack off suit. Yorvi going all in for 6.9 bigs with the ace 7 off suit. Don't blame him. He was getting short. Found a hand where he could be ahead. Knows he has limited to no fold equity. We will see players from time to time raise fold to 7 bigs, but it's not the norm. Yaroslav calls the additional 440. Turn is the 8 of hearts. 7, 8, 3. No, it's a jack. We lose another player. Yuri Pavlenko bows out in 21st place. 20 players remaining now. And we are 4 eliminations away from a redraw. We see a rejam here from the pocket 7s. Zaharaji opening with the king 6. So still 20 players remaining now. Few bust outs before the pay jump to €2,300. I see some of you asking about the German YouTube stream. It is not on today. You can still find him on Twitch, but he won't be on YouTube today. $18 players remaining now. 2 eliminations away from the redraw, and we are on pay jump bubble from €1,900 to €2,300. And Larislav is just going to give a walk with the 7-5 offsuit. They're both very healthy in chips. I would like to see at least a limp from the 7-5 offsuit there. Can fold hands like 7-2, 7-3, 7-4, but 7-5 is a little bit more connected, and I would prefer to see us completing in the small blind. So Zaraji finds himself sub 25 bigs to start this hand. Queen 10 opening from the button. You would think range advantage for the Queen 10. Zaraji has the best of it on the King 9, Ace 9, 8. I was going to say he wants to go for somewhere around 225, 250 here. Goes for 250. 17 players remaining now. Average stack 4 million. That means it's 40 bigs. And we are one elimination away from the redraw. Also, the pay jump has been reached. Francesco opening from the button with the ace deuce of spades. Takes in the blinds and antes. Francesco Pagliazzo with table captain with 53 bigs, and Ogorek with 39. Rest players under 30 bigs. Zaharaji bumping it up from the button with the Queen Jack off suit. This is a spicy enough limp. It's not something you would technically see often with a large pair. The reason being is when we limp, we're limping with the intention of coming over the top. But with a hand like Kings, we don't really want to be coming over the top. Let them come over the top, and then we can put in a 4-bet or whatever is clever. He just come over the top and takes that down. $11 bigs for Ace King in the small. Stefan raised to 225 with the jacks. And Georgius in the small blind. We're going to have action here because he's going to be rejamming for this stack size, and Stefan's not going to be going anywhere. Georgius does rejam, Stefan does call. Jack 9 deuce is the flop. Georgius is going to be left with 0.8 of a big blind. Stefan, with a full house on the river, is now playing 30 bigs. Fumes left for Georgius Tompolis. Bird says, this is how I would love to flop. I bet it is. We flop and flock together. Stefan raising to 225. Georgie is calling for the last of his readies with ace-9. Set for Francesco on the 6-3 deuce. Not much help for the ace-king. The ace-5 has a good shot. And this is going to be curtains for Georgius unless he hits run or something. Well, that's one run or something. 5 outs can save him as we hit the river. We're going to be down to 16 and we're going on a break. We're going on a break, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to come back with 2 tables of 8. And from there, we're going to play down to the final table of this mini main. Things are just heating up. You don't want to miss what happens next. See you all in a few moments.
Rizai, much of the same. I'm sure all of these guys are, but... And Rizai bringing some firepower, 4.6 million. Hockheim remains from the previous table, sitting with his 4.4. And certainly a playable hand here.
160.
So Hockheim is still present. 160 to skate, he says. Di Persio into the bin. Svach also.
I have played against Ilani as well. Not quite as much. I found him to be very creative, crafty, certainly tough. And this call with 7-5 off may well give us an opportunity to explore some of his strategic insights here.
The only customer of the open. Ace 9-6 monotone texture, gut shot, and a small club draw for Ilani, who checks over to king high and the better club draw.
Yeah, these 3 to a suit flops are always quite interesting, especially when both players have connected a bit.
110.
So Ilani's decision here, I would imagine, is does he want to represent a flush, more or less, with a raise? Or does he just want to call and perhaps try to bluff on the river if the turn checks through? Both routes seem reasonable.
Yeah, faces the follow through of 100 into 450. This is sub-quarter pot.
290.
And it has tempted him into taking the more aggressive path, check raising to 290,000.
Yeah, I don't mind this play, right? He's going to knock out a lot of better hands. It's probably impossible that his opponent has a worse hand than 7 high.
I saw you were moving with the castle.
It is a bit tricky, though. If called, do we want to continue with this particular draw?
Made the deal heads up, right?
And naturally, we do see the call from the king high with the jack of clubs. Hockheim probably wise to the fact that Ilani may well have some of these hands in his range.
Plus the trophy.
And that 6
Yeah.
is an interesting card.
Good.
Could Ilani sometimes have
It will keep you more
a 6
hungry
in his range
in
that
the
he was
first
just
place,
kind of
so you're gonna keep
looking
going.
to end the hand right there with?
You don't
Possibly.
want to play that much, but maybe now you want a little bit more.
No, but it's yeah. I'm playing all the EPT
Ah, yeah.
since couple of years,
Okay.
and yeah.
Checks it over. Hockheim content to do the same.
Cyprus.
So a quick knuckle back.
Feel like want to take
And a very dry 3 of diamonds on the end.
Yeah, now Ilani with,
a bit intense, yeah.
you know, a bottom of range type of holding his decision really, does he want to continue to represent something strong? Does he think it's believable? He looks somewhat poised.
Carlo and Cyprus.
So what, yeah.
Perhaps a slight increase in
All in?
his breath. Wow. That's a strong play.
Simply rips it in for his tournament life. 1.7. A big overbet.
And, you know, Hawkheim has the type of hand that really is never going to lose to a bluff. We can't imagine that Alani is going to have a pocket pair or a 3. And he does appear to be breathing a bit heavy. This would be really a tremendous call.
One that would send Alani packing, by the way. Understandably.
Yeah,
Hawkheim does find the bin.
nicely done.
bro.
Seven three suited. Doesn't rate to P. Oh, wait, hang on. When the glasses speak, you know, we just may be
Yeah, we
making our
must defer.
decisions based on that. No, stop it. Behave. Now a king on the button. Not lost on Tamasauskas is the value of this kit.
Yeah, I think this is enough. As previously discussed, all that money up top. We do have to play to win a bit.
Not all, but most. Deployed for a second time by Tamasauskas as he tries to keep his head above water. Jack 6, not a candidate. We're going to see some stalling right about now, Chewy. I mean, we
Oh, I
are
think-
one removed from the immediate paid jump, but obviously,
I think that's what's happening. Although it's interesting. Oh my.
all of a sudden, never mind the stalling.
All in?
Ilani can speed his chips into the middle. And
Yeah.
For Tamasauskas, this is demoralizing. Decisions were always foregone. Conclusions, and the King 8 does have one overcard to the Jacks, but for Vladas, perhaps the bell tolls.
Good luck.
Yeah, it's an uphill battle here.
Thank you. King 8 against Jacks. Just the king. Black king is good.
ג'קים לקינג 8 שלו. קינג 8.
Updates being provided to the rail. 1.7 million in the middle. No king, though. Queen 10-5.
He'll take a jack now, though.
King is
Yeah.
still good.
Instead, the board pairs and the light flickers. Can the Lithuanian find a cowboy to stay alive?
Good game.
Nope.
Good game, sir.
GG's issued.
Always a tough competitor.
Listen,
Yeah, redraw.
if I'm in the rest of the field, I see this man on his feet stepping out of the arena. I'm feeling a little bit better about my chances.
Absolutely.
Break after this hand.
It's ridiculous. 15 hours of play and we get like 9 minutes of break.
Yeah, but they made too many breaks.
Sorry?
They made too many breaks also, like
Yeah.
half an hour, after an hour.
We had like more break than play in the last couple of hours.
Ace queen for Gooms in the cutoff. Predictable open. Just the minimum. Tomescu, after picking him up back-to-back, now needs to consider whether or not he wants to try to take the post-flop waters. Jack-9 suited is a good bit of hand.
Yeah, or perhaps a triple threat.
You think it's a candidate?
It's possible. I mean, he's against a cutoff raise.
Wow!
He agrees.
Somehow,
1.5 now, right? Yeah.
you sniffed out this jam, and a quick call from Gooms, who covers, and Tomescu,
Good luck, Jody.
you know, part of, for me, the argument against this move would have been the fact that I just worked my way into an all-in in the last two hands, and just the opposition's going to be like, really, guy? 3 in a row?
Yeah.
That's a tough parlay.
Well, you can
know.
always try to sell. I didn't have it those first 2 times, but I really got it now.
Yeah, that's a tough sell at times, and the 8-8 deuce board is going to make things even tougher for Tomescu to stick around.
I was also
Interact
somewhat
with the 8 of spades.
biased by Andrian having made that similar play.
6 of spades on the turn, and all of a sudden Tomescu's got himself flush draw.
Added equity, indeed.
Look at all those outs at the top of your screen, and then look at the 3 of hearts and say goodbye to the Romanian, who, just as we had observed so much patience, looking like it was finally being rewarded, he got a little ahead of himself. No criticism of the play, obviously. Cutoff
Absolutely.
opens out of Gooms could very well have contained things that would have laid down, but instead, we will fight on, absent Mr. Tomescu. Really didn't try to hide things there, did it? No cliffhangers, no waiting, just
Straight away.
nut straight versus set, quads on the turn. Good night, Mr. Di Persio in 16th for the first of the 59,400 euro payouts. Meanwhile, back at the feature table, collisions continue potentially. Berggren, Queen 10 off. Getting piled on by Marcinkowski.
And my goodness, this is unpleasant with King-Queen suited.
All that blocker value, the raw power of this hand, how reduced are those elements by this action in front of us?
Unfortunately, they are significantly reduced. Not just the opener behind us, but the fact that the button can pretty easily have an ace. As we see, they have a pair, putting them slightly out in front of us. Of course, the real concern being dominated by a hand like ace-king or ace-queen. And I think that's a disciplined fold. And speaking of ace-king,
Well,
here we are.
King-Queen suffers from things that Ace-King does not.
Indeed.
The only manner in which Boyovic's kit can be dominated is by exactly pocket aces and pocket kings, and we block this stuff. So he's going to jam in over the top. The decision, quite simple for Berggren to depart, and Marcinkowski's going to be off to the races. We saw something very similar with pocket tens against ace-king moments ago. The pair turning into quads.
And it looks like with the dead cards accounted for, nines are only a very tiny favorite.
2%. And when we're here playing poker, we tend not to want to make it a game of roulette. And the wheel lands in favor of Bojovic. Ace high board. Neither player reacting. They've seen too many hands to be premature in their celebrations. Now all of a sudden, the pot lists oh so heavily toward Boyovic's ace-king. Just needs to fade 2 outs, and he's done so. Another one. Bites the dust. Here in the main on this occasion, Marcinkowski, 15th.
What did you fold, Fabs?
Which influences our decisions before we decide to take flops?
Yes, and also the nature of 4-betting. they may just come right back over the top.
I mean, such behavior is more available to certain characters at the moment than others. That is
Truly.
without question. And I'm not just talking stylistically, but just in terms of stack depth and the topic that we have now introduced for the first time, the ICM pressure, independent chip modeling, whereby the game is sort of expressed in terms of real cash value of our stack.
Yeah. I think the most helpful way to think about that is different players are going to have
Yes.
different preferences in terms of how much risk they want to take against various other players. So, for example, the deeper stacks in Kamoshi and Ilani, as we see here, are going to be particularly cautious against Simone because they are covered and they have, you know, very playable chip stacks. Whereas, as we spoke, the shorter chip stacks are going to be more willing to take on risks.
So here we are with Kamoshi's King 9 suited, picking up Ilani's Jack 7 of diamonds, and I don't need to explain who's done better on this board. Jack high flush right away. Ilani knuckles over. Kamoshi has dust.
Check.
Snap checks back. Now fourth diamond on the board. Really unpleasant sight for Ilani as he's got the third nuts. Any naked king or queen of diamonds would have him beaten right now. Although I'm not sure, absent the follow-through bet from Kamoshi, how concerned Ilani will be about
No, I didn't check.
Kamoshi having either of those cards.
For sure. And I mean, the ace is certainly a card that could pair Kamoshi, so it could be good. Do see a tiny bet here. An interesting situation for Ilani because he should expect his hand to almost always be good. He does just call. But this does look like the type of bet where Kamoshi could be betting with an ace to just take showdown. It's plausible, given the small size. Does Ilani want to lead? No. He just checks it over. And at this point, Kamoshi knows he can't win at showdown. So the decision really just becomes, do we want to try to get our opponent to fold an ace, maybe a small diamond?
600.
What is your
600.
answer?
No, sorry. I said 6. Yeah. Sorry.
By the way, a really great opportunity to illustrate the importance of declaring verbally your intention when depositing chips in the pot. That would have been a misclick to what I believe was 1.5.
Oh, was it that big?
Three
Wow.
purples, I think, is what he had thrown in there. Maybe not. It could have been 1.1. I don't know.
That would be costly.
Yeah, very much so.
And it's interesting for Ilani. I mean, oh wow, he does fold it. Incredible. Kamoshi, nicely done.
time. 2 weeks of shenanigans, no.
Alrighty, folks, welcome back after the break. Hope you all had a nice little bit of something to eat. I know I did. Venison and vegetables was on the menu for me. Wojciech Havel raised to 250k. I got word that there was a 3-bet. And Ace King went straight into the muck, which seems a little bit absurd, to say the least. Let's see who we've got at our table after the redraw. We have Francesco Pagliozzo with 49 bigs. Renz Bouge, who we know from this stream many times in the past. Wojciech Havel, Mikhail Zhekimov in the middle of the pack. Masij Kundrazuk and Laraslav with 32 bigs. Stefan Petri with 23. And Ive with 14. So that means Croatia, Poland, Czech Republic, Germany, and the Netherlands all being represented under one roof. If you're just tuning in, it's the World Series of Poker Circuit Events, the mini main. Live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. It's the final day. Let this be our final battle. We check betting 500k on the river. He calls the 500k from Mihail. And I don't know about calling there on the river, and he called pretty quick. Strata says mini main for $1 billion. Yeehaw! Johan says, good afternoon. A new Johan. Johan Griesbeck Johan. Welcome. How are you doing, Stratus? Hillfish is in the house. The biggest fish of them all. Hillfish wants to see some crazy 4-bets with ace 4 off. Someone saying the sound is messed up. Just give me a moment and I will reset some things. Thanks for letting me know. Alrighty, gang, I have reset some things there. In very loud and clear now. Blinds are still 60, 120, 120. Johnny says, come on, Renz. I'm hearing great things about Renz. It's not his first rodeo. We've seen him at Kings before. Very aggressive player. With a total live winnings of 53,564. Preheat Oven says, I'm better. Thank you. Don't want to blow the ears off ye. It's a balance trick, just like riding a bike. Alfred Packer says, think I was sat next to Massige at a 1-2 table last week. Post Dutch Masters. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, Stefan picking up jacks. Ive, who you might remember playing quite unorthodox last night, is still in the mix, 1.4 million behind. This guy doesn't mess around when he catches a piece of the flop, and he has outflopped the jacks. Look at this, just going to move all in, no messing around. The jack's forced to get out of dodge. Unfortunate. Jaynot says hi. Tillfish says, I sat next to Renz last weekend at the High Roller. He won with Ace King versus your Ace King versus your Jack Jack. Ace King versus Ace King, and you had Jack Jack. Francesco with the ace-10 suited, taking that down. And important to note, with 15 players remaining, we are 6 eliminations away from the final table. We are 5 eliminations away from all remaining 10 players being guaranteed a minimum of €3,650 and a €3,000 Kings Million package. Tillfish wants to give away a Kings Million package on stream, just asking for a friend. I'm thinking of starting a GoFundMe in the new year. Get Action Man Dan to Kings. Surely, with all my fans, I'll be there before the year's out in 2026. I'll have to start rattling a bucket through the microphone. And if anyone's getting a Kings Million package on stream, I hope it's me. To answer your question there, Tiltfish. You absolute genuine whale. Ren's going for the 3-bet. Ren's had a score here not so long ago. I remember his very fast-paced, aggressive style. Tillfish says, from one whale to another, I hope I will meet you at King's someday. Yeah, I mean, King's Resort is massive for a reason. It can fit in all the different kinds of fish and whales. And lions and tigers and monkeys, of course. Just a full array of zoo animals. When I was a young warthog. Just a little Lion King reference for you there. Tillfish says they have a special tank for me. Seen an aquarium in the corner last weekend. Yeah. I bet you did. I'm more of a monkey, an alpha male, gorilla, a silverback of sorts. Maybe more like a centaur, half man, half horse. I'll bring plenty of carrots for you, you donkey. What I'm talking about. He's not necessarily carrots. Why in God's name is he shoving 26 behind that with such a stellar hand? Like, there's just so many ways to play this hand, and ripping, not the one you want to go for off this stack depth. I have refreshed the page. That should help a little bit there. Alfred says, preheat oven says we tap it hard. As they wanted to be preheated. Depends how preheated the oven is. Depends if I have just hopped out of an ice bath or not. Sound like a horse that had a stroke. Jeez. Nasty. Nasty. That was a crazy shove with the queens, by the way. Just mental. You can see that the pressure is on. They're playing for a lot of money. Most players won't have played for this kind of money before. And we do recognize Siege as well has won his fair share of coin at Kings also. Tillfish says once you come to Kings, we'll have rent the feature table for a few hours so we can play heads up whale versus donkey. Okay. I like the idea of having our own cash game. That sounds good to me, or at the very least, a sit and go. Ace Queen suited in the hijack. And Yaroslav will take that one down with the Ace Queen of clubs. $14 players remaining now. Friends. I'm hearing from the moderators, this is a guy to be watching out for. All eyes on Renz. No pressure, mate. pressure is Matthias, son. Renz will take that pot in. Top hitter asks, are you also the commentary at the German Poker Masters and Deutsche Poker Masters at the end of November? I believe so. I have my schedule there, although I do think I heard that the schedule has been altered somewhat, so I will find out more information about that coming into the start of November. €2,300 is the current payout. Renz min raising with the Queen 10 of diamonds. Ive is not messing around, rejamming ace-5 from the button here. Wasn't expecting to see him rejam this one, but it actually is a good spot to take with the blinds at 80, 160, 160, 16 bigs total. I am not a real fish, says I've folded ace-3 in the small blind after the button open. But then the cutoff opens, he rejams ace-5, no logic. Well, it's a better kicker, isn't it? There's a little bit of logic. Kickers are not real, just like birds. Birds are definitely real. What? How are birds not real? Birds are made up by the government. They are drones all watching us. I don't normally get into politics or religion around here, but that's funny. Ren's min raising with the 9-6 suited. Under the gun +1. Do not try this at home. I do not like this open from Ren's. Birds aren't real is the sentiment of the day. If anyone that thinks birds aren't real hasn't lived in a remote area when you are still awake when the birds are chirping at your window. That is some real shit, mans. Every day is a learning day and class is in session. Drones can make sounds. They are called speakers. Okay. I don't know. We've all been there when you've had that feeling of losing all your money and going out of a casino at 6, 7, 8, 9 a.m. You can hear the cleaners on the streets. Brrr. You can hear the birds chirping. And most importantly, sunlight starts to bleed through your eyeballs. $170K is the bet from the A7. Francesco's going to call. 260k is the bet with top pair. I am not a real fish as now. No, it's the time of the day to annoy Dan. Yeah. No drinking for me anyway. Do you not understand how irritated I sound? Oh my god. And this one will be a chop if it goes to showdown. Does Francesco think he could get his opponent to fold an ace or fold a chop? I don't think so. Real Poker Fool says, I would think he is not irritated. Oh, it'd take a hell of a lot more than that to irritate me. This ain't my first rodeo, but thank you for your vote of confidence there, Real Poker Fool. Nice to have you with us. Massige and Francesco are going to chop it up. So Francesco did go for a bet that could have got an ace to fold, a better ace, but it's very unlikely. But still went for it anyway. Ace 5, ace 6, ace 7, ace 8, maybe. It's very rare that he is going to get called and be beat. I'll tell you who annoys me the most, my co-commentator, but oh wait, I don't have one. Ha ha ha! Joke's on you. Every day is a learning day and class is in session. Let's go. You're going to see a bit of a lull in the action. Maybe not with Renz at the table, but all players want to secure their place at this final table, battling through the starting entry field size of 1,700. Renz will let that one go. Seems like he just wants to be involved in most hands if he can. I like this guy. I admire his moxie, and I'm excited that he is still in the field. I'm not a real fish. Says who wants to? What's with you changing your name from Tiltfish? Time, not a real fish. You're keeping the regs guessing, I suppose, but also confusing us. How dare you have multiple aliases? Who wants to join you for comms? Must be a pathetic dude. Yeah, me silent partner. I'm not a real fish. This Tillfish is my phone account. Real fish is my PC account. Strike 3 and you're out. Renz opens from the button. Ace-8. Renz with the best hand here on the river for Jack 895. Siege was going to say, does he want to take a stab at this? A lot of busted draws out there. Just decides against it. I think with the 7 there, we block some combo draws with the King of Clubs, which isn't great because that's a card we would want our opponent to have. But on that river with a 5, just with King High, I might try bet something to get an Ace High type holding to fold. Perhaps it's a bit ambitious. Go, go, Renz, says ECHTE Poker Fool. Now, this guy's got a different account. Real Poker Fool is now ECHTE Poker Fool. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, Francesco with aces, min raising, hijack. Renz, king, queen, off suit, cut off. Two devices, says Poker Fool. Right. You're really trying to confuse me today, lads. Does this mean now, in a few weeks' time, when the PLO is on, you'll have 4 accounts for 4 cards? Getting more confusion, collusion. We do this for you, Dan. Don't be so ungrateful. Okay. 4-bet coming in from Francesco, and that's going to get Ren's attention. He's played that hand perfectly. Sometimes the likes of a Ren's there might get carried away with a 5-bet, but good, he just fairly quickly folded. I don't like the aces 4-betting there. I like flatting out of position against Ren's. It's going to give Ren's a false sense of power. And he's going to use that button very aggressively. And I also would like the aces to think about that a bit more. This has all happened very quick. Yaroslav running into Ren's ace king, and we keep talking about Ren's and how aggressive he is. He's going to have a lot more chips unless he gets very unlucky here. I think this is too many big blinds to rejam against the hijack open, even if it is from Ren's. Queen 5-10 is the flop. Turn is an ace. 3 and a 3 only on the river. River is a 10. And that will eliminate the ace 3. That's a lot of big blinds to just rejam. Patience so important in this game. I'm not saying it's the worst rejam ever, by the way. I just think there's better spots.
They always think I have nothing. Well, you usually had nothing. This time it was first time you had something and the guy was unlucky. Remember my button on your big blind? Yeah. This queen. I was waiting for fallout. This queen, huh? I was waiting for fallout. Some counters. Spicy. Spicy varita. You're lucky I don't have cards today. Yet. All my good cards will come on that final game.
Yeah, it's a really bad rejam with ICM pressure and what's at stake here. I was just saying, you will see it online against aggressive players. They will rejam against late position opens, but that wasn't the cutoff. That was the hijack. So it wasn't the cutoff, wasn't the button, wasn't the small.
I thought you were talking about the hand that I called you.
So I do agree with you. I was just didn't want to rip the guy apart. Sometimes you've got to say what you see. And I think he's going to regret that one later. 12 players remaining now. Average stack 5.6 million. The pay jump has been reached and all remaining players guaranteed €2,900.
You like me though, no? We're friends, no? No, we also have friends. Of course. You have to double him up first. Come on. Nice hands. No kisses? No kisses. Yeah, kisses. You want a kiss? Be careful, huh? What you wish for.
So we are 2 eliminations away from all remaining players guaranteeing themselves a €3,000 package. Average stack still around 35 bigs. ZY says this is how you learn. Every day is a learning day. Class is in session. Great to see the chat boxes hopping. And so many viewers on this Monday afternoon. Bank holiday Monday. You could be so many other places. So thank you for your support. Speaking of support, there he is. There he is now. Yappa Snap says, oi, oi. How are we, lads? Dan, how are you, mate? Could you step outside of the car, please? I'm just waiting on a mate.
It's not stand up yet. Well, it's tournament. Nobody pays me
Faint B wants to know if Karlensko is still in. I actually don't have that information. We do see Renz with the ace-king again. By the way, he won that huge all-in. This guy is stacking them to the top. Over 50 big blinds now. And a force to be reckoned with in a field like this, where he's got a lot of experience. Can be a bit careless at times, very aggressive. Just needs a good reins for Renz, and direct them in the right way. And he should be able to navigate his way through this final table very well. Johnny says he's chilling. Now, Faint B says Renz is my mate. Just waiting on a mate. How you doing, Yappa Snappy? I'm good, all right. All right over here, you know. Still can't figure out these fucking engine brakes. And the pay jump from 12 to 11 is €2,900 to €3,650. That's not a knife. This is a knife. This knife has enough venom to kill 10 blokes my size. Johnny wants to know, is the final table tonight? It is. It is today. It is this evening. It is tonight until we have crowned yet another champion at this fantastic resort. Old trick from the hat says, do you like dogs? Dogs? Yeah, you like dogs. Oh, dogs. You mean dogs. Yeah, I like dogs. Prefer caravans more. I'm 2 for 2 on the impressions today. Come on, give me another one. Brilliant, Johnny. I don't really like that fold from King Queen, by the way. Was too busy enthralled in my snatch impression. Ren's going to open the 4-10. And as much as I don't like opening hands like 7-8 offsuit, 8-9 offsuit, 9-10 offsuit, we're starting to get there all right. I do like opening these 6-7 suiteds, 8-9 suiteds, 7-8 suiteds. Do you know what nemesis means? Beware of anyone that keeps a pig farm. Pull your tongue out of my arsehole, Gary. You're not a dog. Are you, Gary? However, you do have all the qualities of a dog, Gary. All except loyalty. Ren's going for 4-10, which is 2.6 bigs, and I think this is fine. Put the extra pressure on these guys defending. I would have liked to see Masij defend there against Ren's. I can understand folding Queen 7 suited. Maybe even Queen 8 suited for that size. But Queen 9 suited plus. And we have our big blind invested. And our big blind anti-invested. Brom Horizon says, I'll say you've played Knifey Spoony before. I can't really do a good trump. There's too many people doing trump out there. I walked into the King's Resort and he said, wow, what a fabulous resort. And we're going to have a new bill. A big, beautiful bill. I looked at my cards. I said, wow, what amazing cards. An ace and a king. I looked at my ace. I looked at my king. I said, we're going to have to raise this. I min raised it to 400K. No tariffs on that 400K. Folded around to Wojciech with the Queen Jack of Hearts. And this is an ideal situation to call. And with this amount of equity, an open-ender, I'm not sure what the flop is if there's two diamonds out there. Just he has an open-ender. It looks like they're going to play for it all. What's he got left behind? The graphics has gone crazy. And the crowd goes wild. Can we have a flop, please, dealer? Fist bumps all around. King 10-7. The money's gone in. Wojciech is in a lot of trouble here. Not anymore. For Francesco's ace-king. Old trick from the hat's message was deleted by the moderator. We should have let that slide there, old trick. That's a massive double up, by the way, and a bit of a kick up the bum for the ace-king. Very unlucky. Not 1 9, 2 9s. Old trick from the hat. Nice one for the tip, brick top. And he pulls him to the side and he's like, if I throw a dog a bone, I don't want to know if it tastes good or not. You stop me whilst I'm walking again and I'll cut your effing Jacobs off. I do know the quote, old trick from the hat. You're getting spoiled with impressions today. I ain't a goddamn jukebox. You got Trump. Seem to like the Trump. Wow. I will not be singing you a song, you piano man. You got a snatch impression. You got an Aussie impression and a Trump impression. What do I look like to you? A clown? I'm here to amuse you. Friends, fast approaching 10 million chips. Oh, yes, old trick from the hat. Rory Breaker from... That's not Snatch, it's Lockstock. Lockstock is an amazing movie as well. Lockstock and Two Smoking Barrels. What does he say? In fact, it might be your one for saving grace that might keep you alive, but you're going to have to work very hard to stay alive. Because if the milk turns sour, I ain't the kind of pussy who's going to drink it. Do you know what I mean? Tyrone, you silly. I won't do the rest. Eight, 5, 3 is the flop. Chill, Winston. Yes, yeah. They have to be two of the best movies, the top 10 of all time. Or at least they were when I was a kid. Timeless. I don't know if there's a film out there that captures that many quotes from that many different characters inside of a 90-minute movie. I don't know if it's top 10 movie of all time considering how many movies are out there, but in terms of movies that I enjoyed the most or have made an impact on me, they're right up there. It's hard to compare apples and oranges to how good movies were 20 years ago and then technology and the internet and what we're able to do with AI and everything now. Francesco betting 775 here on the river. Busted straight draw, busted flush draw, and gets picked off by Wojciech. Playing that one very well. .6 bigs from Masij. Remember, guys, they're not just playing with a pay jump here. 2 more eliminations and they've secured an extra €3,000 package. So that's like 10 buy-ins at 300 a pop. Francesco Pagliazzo with a monster here, facing an all-in. dominating the king jack with the ace king offsuit.
Poland. Thank you. Poland, Jackie. Oh no, I'm having both. I am outside.
10, 7, 5, 2 hearts. Turn is a 6 of diamonds, and just a jack ball can save Masij here. Very good player, Masij. Kundrasuk. Standard stuff. We lose a player. 11 players remaining now. Pay jump has been reached, and we are on a 3K bubble.
So 10, we all have package. Congratulations for your package. 3K package. It's good. 3K. 3K package. Was bubble for 3K package.
I see some of you enjoying that Donald Trump quote, maybe, or impression. Maybe I'll do it more often. We can start a poll. But if you want, one of the best Donald Trump impressions has to be Shane Gillis, a comedian that I love from Austin, Texas. Texas.
What did you say? He wants to work.
Because we got the package, everybody for my big blind. One time, one time.
I think he's left.
And damn, look at this. There's been another exit on the outer table, and that means there's 10 players remaining. They've all guaranteed themselves an extra €3,000 in the form of a King's Million package, and we are on the final table bubble. Ive with 15 bigs from the small blind. Ivan Addiction. Fred LeFou says the level of play on this two-table situation is absolute garbage. The garbage. They're playing for the most amount of money they've ever played for in their lives. A lot of them won't be professionals. Give them a goddamn chance. Rozvadov is the place to be, Freddie boy. Nice to have you with us. Oh, wow. Rennes, 46 bigs. Rennes is going him in race. Francesco in the big with ace 10. Francesco with the ace of diamonds here. This could get spicy. Bird says time for some action finally. Birds aren't real, man. Didn't you get the memo? Picks up additional outs in the form of a queen here for Francesco. So spicy if Francesco makes a move here with the ace of diamonds blocker. Here we go. That's a huge bet, 1.5 million. This is going to put a lot of pressure on Rennes' aces. He won't be folding on the turn. Does he ever just jam over the top here? My go-to would just be to call. But there are a lot of bad rivers, and he might feel like he wants to protect his... Oh my God, he gets rid of aces. I was not expecting that. Rennes just folds to the pressure. You can't bark like a big dog if you pee like a puppy. Look down, I had aces. Beautiful aces. Folded the aces on the turn. I'm always calling the turn. My question was, are we calling or jamming on the turn? Nobody leads there with enough flush or even a big flush. I don't think so. Bird says no caps, please. Caps are real. Yes. This guy needs a warning, I think, Bird. This, I am not a real fish, fella. He's definitely on strike 2 now at this stage. Strike 3 and he's out. I'm not a real fish, says Dan. I hope your meal doesn't taste that well. I hope you get buried in a pit full of sandwiches. Oh, God. That was a bit over the top. We won't ban you now because my response was so vicious. How many blind levels, Fred wants to know. We stay to the jabs, Dawn. You're not going anywhere, you thick lump. White check, taking that one down. Still 10 remaining. €3,650 current payout. There's a difference of €1,000 almost between 10th and 9th place. Nothing to be sniffed at. Ren's opening things up 2.5x from the cutoff. Queen 8 offsuit. Ren's deciding between checking or betting here. Both options seem fine. I would be more inclined to bet. Get value from a jack or a 10. Some draws. Stefan only has 4.5 bigs behind. I actually thought he had more. So there you have it. Always bet, says Lucky Dazzle. I agree. Thought his stack size was more. Once we don't have to 100% bet Lucky Dazzle on that flop, but I would be more inclined to bet with good shot straight draw on the back doors. So still the FT bubble. Average stack very close to 7 million. Lucky Dazzle says max pressure on the small stacks. Yeah, I agree. In theory, should be always. Well, in theory, we should be betting that Queen 8 most of the time on the Jack 10 flop. In practice, when there's this much ICM pressure and the FT bubble and there's not much resistance, I agree with you. Always bet. So thank you for your comment. Ren's can open almost any two. Well, he's going to be very aggro. Ren's flops top pair here, 10, 6, 5. Blind v blind. Turn is the 3 of spades. 475 is the bet from Renz. I like the sizing Francesco's going to be calling with an open ender. King of Diamonds rolling off. And Renz is going for another street of value. Greedy sizing, it looks like. 1 million, 2/3 pot. Hoping to get called by a 6, 5, an inferior 10. Francesco wondering, could he ever turn his hand into a bluff and rep a straight because he's got the blockers with the 4s. But when I think they've just found out that this is the last hand before the final table, you can see in the top right-hand corners, he does pay him off. I don't know about paying him off there. He's going to beat some spade draws, but some ace highs are just going to check back on that river. Sometimes Renz is pulling a mad one with spades that contain a king as well. I wouldn't say he's pulling a mad one, but he's got there with top pair on the river is what I'm trying to say. ICM is a killer. Lucky Dazzle saying, of course, you should keep an eye on the table. You can pick up so many small pots. Well, he's picked up a big pot there. Bet the flop, bet the turn. Bets 1 million on the river and gets paid off by pocket 4s. Guys, seatbelts and airbags for this final table. You don't want to miss the rest of this. Things are really heating up as we head into the final 9. And we are going to keep it right here. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you in about 20 minutes. But they want to give the impression that they are either of a nuts or air type of a holding. And I want to see how much I see this transfer to the live realm. I did go with the 9s, but I was like, this looks super strong. And I don't have a read to suggest that he's going to have a hand like ace-9 or an ace-6 suited, but I had seen it multiple times that week from good players, so I went with my hand. It's standard enough stuff. But before, you just wouldn't see that being a thing, these less than 3x 3 bets from out of position. If you see someone don't do this 5 years ago, you'd be calling them a donkey, etc.
Yeah. That's the thing, man. That's the thing. It's just like
yeah, I'm a bit confused. I don't really know if it's supposed to do that, but I just think it's so many of these schedules online now are PKOs that they don't want to commit themselves to the bounty, so they're making these smaller sizes. So perhaps it is only occurring in bounty tournaments and not so much in the normal vanilla no limit hold'em. But I'm interested to see what sort of things we can pick up throughout the week about adjustments players have made in the last 12 months.
Yeah, and this is the thing, man. Like it's the game is like always evolving in some way or form, and sometimes it can be a big detail, and sometimes it can just be the latter, you know. And that's why it's very, very important to keep up with these trends, man, because you know if you're not doing that or being put in these situations, like there's one thing about poker, man, in my opinion, that it's always very important to put people in a situation that they're not comfortable with or they don't have awareness on, and because when that happens, man, they're going to make mistakes. Because you're bound to make mistakes in a situation that you don't have solid awareness over, and that's what I really enjoy with poker mostly. You know, battling against good competition, even when they put you in a situation, it's a great opportunity to learn something new.
Yeah, I'm actually glad I brought that to your attention because it's something that I've been wondering about. It's keeping me up at night. Just these spots.
Mm.
And Sabashenko gonna bet 300k here. I like picking your brain, Alan. So it's great that You've got the cash game background. I've got the tournament background. Obviously, a little bit rusty in terms of playing online. Not so much commentating on it.
No, but it's still good to, cause man, like you know yourself that like live and online, yeah, they're gonna share some similarities, but like they're both kind of unique experiences in their own way. You know, maybe live games you're gonna have a lot more, let's say, recreationals and stuff like that, where you know deviating against them in the right way is very important. And just like adapting. Like there's one thing that I always say to guys I coach and stuff like that, man, is like nothing is static. You need flexibility and strategy and being situationally aware in every, you know, like in every single moment. So important, man. As I said, flexibility and strategy and not playing static defaults X, Y, Z, for sure, very, very important, man. And that doesn't matter what format you're playing. It's like having solid awareness on any node against any player, massively important in the long run, bro, and how you deviate based on that.
Yeah. Obviously, the cash game is very intricate, especially how deep you are all the time. So you're not going to see too much of that, but it's still applicable in hands. This is a tough spot here for. Oh, he looked a bit shaky there.
Little bit, little bit.
So he bet calls on the turn, goes for a very small sizing, 300k, gets raised considerably to 1.25 million. Sabashenko's hands is going to be a little bit too good to fold just yet. Trunk is just going to have a lot of hands that beats him. Perhaps he's got some semi-bluffing hands or thinks he can get his opponent to fold a hand like a 7 or a weak 9. Obviously just wants to get more value on the turn. There's a lot of bad rivers. Case in point, the 8 of diamonds.
Shabashenko needs to donk this river. He has to. Like, it's absolutely mandatory. Again, like, it doesn't matter that he has the straight here. It's just like, even if you had the, I don't know, some naked 9x here, I think just going for like a 10% bet here or something like that is very, very good. But, you know, he has this here, so it doesn't matter too much. But, like, it's not like Trunk won't have some 10x here. But I do think it's going to be more favorable for Shabashenko, and he does end up donking.
I was going to say I want to see him bet around 1 million, and he goes for 1 million.
Yeah, literally. Nice.
Well, I didn't say it before he bet it, but that's
Well,
I
yeah,
was about to ask. Well, as soon as you'd finished talking, how much do you want him to bet? I said he wants to bet about a quarter of his stack here, and he goes for
pretty
about a quarter of his stack.
quite an annoying spot here now for Trunk. The thing is, like, for sure he can have some bluff raises on the turn here. Obviously it's not the case in this example, but really, really annoying spot for Trunk. It's just a matter of what his perception is on Shabashenko here. Does he think he's ever bluffing here, or, you know, going for that sort of range that I said with like maybe some King 9 that might do this to slow down the action? But yeah, I mean, not a great spot for 2-pair here. It's not impossible as well for Shabashenko to maybe lead some 9-8 here as well in this situation, but you know, I don't think Trunk really beats too much here in this situation.
This is a really tough spot for Trunk because Sabashenko is not really going to have any natural bluffs on this river, so it is like you're saying, a strong 9x. He did raise chunky amount, nearly 1 million extra on the turn to get his information, to get external value. It's such a horrible river for him in a sizable pot. Every chip mattering so much, and this one, 23 big blinds in this pot and counting. I don't know if he can fold that, and for the reasons you aforementioned there. What about if your opponent is betting with a hand like Queen 9, King 9, Ace 9, Jack 9 seems to be a bit of a stretch, although you would block the high end of the straight with that holding.
I think with the potential, you know, 1-pair hands here like 9x, I don't know, would Shabashenko even lead potentially? And if he does, man, I think he should go for a smaller one. Yeah, I mean, it's just like you said, bro. It's kind of hard to find the natural bluffs here that didn't kind of, bet turn, call a raise, and then kind of find the bluffs here on the river. It's just like I always think about these spots, man, where people have to study this and have good awareness on what they should bluff. And it's a really infrequent spot where, flop checks through, probe small on the turn, get raised, and yeah, trying to find the natural bluffs here on the river. It's very, 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 very unintuitive.
Such a tough spot here for Trunk. It's very hard to find any natural bluffs, like you just said. He's not going to have much 5x,
played.
so he
Well
will
played.
have a decent amount of 10x. 25 big blinds max stacks, and I thought I was going mad. I was like, this isn't a thing, but I've seen it on multiple occasions on some Twitch streams on GG and PokerStars, and I was like, okay, there must be something to this. So, of course, we're used to these very small 3-bets when you're in position. And I was saying I'm guilty of making it too big when I'm in position when you don't need to. So, it's the out of position. I was more on about that exact situation. But thanks for your comment, Ralphie. Nice to have you with us. Apocalypse saying that Lake Garda is like heaven on earth.
There you go.
Now. Percio with the ladies. 4:20 to go. Dobos with the king queen offsuit. Think he just wants to call this facing an under the gun open, even though we are going to be 6-handed on both tables now. So under the gun is the new late position.
This is my bread and butter.
All right, I'll get my coat.
Cash
See you
games,
later,
cash
lads.
games. Six max cash games, not not MTTs. You got to stay here.
I ain't going anywhere. To pry this brand new headset from my dead cold fingers, or my head even. King
No, as I said, you
6-5.
you sound a lot better. Not that you didn't sound bad before that or anything like that, but just like consistency of the volume, man, is a lot better for sure.
I'm loving it. Just like McDonald's, I'm loving it. King 6-5-3 is the board. Flop going check. Dobos wants to start getting some value. I'll be making it like 600k here. 650, something around that area. 650 is the bet. Sucks to be Di Percio, but not going anywhere just yet.
Yeah, have to defend for one here. See what happens on the river. Obviously, can reevaluate then.
He's got nearly 13 big blinds behind. Stack to pot ratio very close to 1-1, Alan, as we hit the river. It's a Dewey. Do you just go for the lot here?
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking, because I can't imagine Diversio has much 4x here. Big blind's going to have a lot more than in terms of like bluffs that he's going to lead on the turn here, or semi bluffs, whatever. So yeah, don't think he can go for the lot, but really like the sizing, by the way. Puts like these under pairs to the king x and some 6x if Diversio has that in a really shitty spot.
Yeah, I actually, on closer inspection, prefer this sort of a sizing than all of it. Anytime I see the pot almost 1-1, I'm like, right, we're going all in. But it's just not the right way to think about it sometimes. You gotta look at the overall range, and exactly what you said there, Alan. Those under pairs are going to have to pay a smaller price, but not going to go broke. I was going to say you could bet like 1.8 million, 1.6 million, and leaving your opponent with a bit of a spinnable stack. Because sometimes people are, well, okay, my tournament life's at risk here. I can't call, but I would call a smaller size. So that's exactly what you're seeing here. Be very difficult to fold here for 850.
But just to add to that as well, bro, like kind of this is going to be, again, I always say player dependent, because I think it's very important to, have that perception on who you think is capable of doing X, Y, and Z. And it's not obviously impossible for doubles to have bluffs here, but you know, is he going to pick the sizing with a bluff? Is the question. And you know, it's debatable for sure. This is the thing.
Well, he beats hands like 7, 8, 8, 9. There's not too much other natural bluffs. Maybe a hand like ace. I'm trying to think of what ace X hands he could have that's bluffing here. There's not many.
Well, the thing is here, I would assume he's not value betting worse than queens here. This is the thing. So, as silly as it sounds, it's kind of is the case in this situation that queens is for the most part a bluff catcher. Um, so
Yeah.
it's pretty marginal. It's pretty marginal here. So as I said, if DiPercio believes that Dobos is not going to pick this sizing with a bluff, then he's just going to lose the vast majority of the time, and his call here is just probably not going to be that profitable against this in this specific situation. I mean, yeah,
Does pay him
I
off
don't,
because of the odds.
yeah, I don't blame him for calling. By the way, it's just a frustrating spot where you know pot odds there, and you know possibility of him bluffing. Probably fine to call, but I suppose when you do think about it, then he's not value betting worse, and you know, is he going to do that with the 7-8 for that sizing? Debatably, but it's a tough spot for the Queens, man. As I said, I don't fault the call, but again, if you really think about it, I might be able to get away from that potentially.
Know exactly what's happening next. So it's always we talk about compound mistakes, but the opposite of compound mistakes, propelling you to learn more at a rapid rate and just can't get enough of it. There's nothing like getting the poker bug. There's enough times where you don't feel like playing, like we talked about earlier. You're on a lull, you need a break, and sometimes the best thing you can do is get away from the goddamn screen. But that's not what happens this time of the year. September, October, just watching all the online stuff, and that gets me hyped, especially the GG series, etc. Gets me hyped then for the WSOP, and here we are. So I'll be sure to be listening in to all the proper pros now for the main event, etc. Sending in the big dogs. Shout out to Ali Najad and Henry Kilbane, Randy Liu, and Dempsey. They do a stellar job. But it's our time now, Alan.
Indeed.
Menga raising to 500k with the Kings. We've got more action here. DiPercio with the two black ladies is all in. He's in trouble. This is a cooler situation.
Indeed. We saw the ladies quite a bit, Dan, haven't we, so far?
Yeah, considering we've only played 33 or commentated on 33 hands. 6.3 million in this pot. DiPercio after doubling up. Sucks. You get your double up. You're back to 10 bigs.
Yep.
You're feeling groovy.
Yep.
And then, oh God, you're going to have 5 million and change now. But Menga with the Kings of Kings. It's going to be tough to beat. 6-7-4 is the flop. Turn is the 9 of diamonds. Just one lady can save him, but it's not to be. Jack of diamonds. It also seems a bit excessive. It's just really hard to play when you're that handcuffed. You don't want to come through a field of over 2,700 and miss out on that ticket. Perhaps, Alan, as well, they've introduced the cards today because there's still 16 remaining in this event. And we were just commentating on the final table on Saturday. So maybe it's just at the tournament director's discretion. but I would be expecting to see them more than you wouldn't be seeing them. Action time here. Hijack opening with ace-10 suited. KM says he's team Ricci. You know what? He was my favorite coming into the day there as well. Him and Georgius, of course. Nah, knows what's at stake here, the 10k ticket, but Jack's just going to be too good of a hand facing a hijack open.
Keep it on or what? I keep it on?
Pretty sick spot here for Fam. She's going to be priced in for this all in, but under normal circumstances. But okay, she decides she's still going to go with it.
Yeah, it's
I
close
was going to
though.
say there might be an argument you could fold. I might fold ace-10 offsuit. Perhaps ace-10 suit is just going to be a bit too good.
Possibly, yeah.
It is 8 bigs total. I am really griping here if you're going to be raised folding 8 bigs, but nah, it has to be so tight from the cutoff. I feel like a hypocrite even saying that I would raise fold in that spot, but it might just be one of those hands where you could let it go. Not a good flop with the ace-7-7. Fam, set to send, nah, home.
Yeah, what's up?
And that means the bubble will be burst unless there is that one remaining jack on this river. It is the three of spades.
GG.
Sick for Nad there with the two.
Okay, off stream. I know what I have. Nine for. I know what I have. Yeah, no, I'm not saying you don't. I'm just saying that. I already had really bad, so I thought you actually. You called, I thought you were gonna call. Everyone called, you called. Possibly called. GG setup, huh? Sick. GG poker. My friend. Blub me flip. Blub me flip.
Alrighty, gang. Welcome back for the final table of the World Series of Poker Circuit Mini Main Event. Brought to you live from the King's Resort in Rosvedov. It is myself, Action Man Dan, in the booth, your broadcaster and Irish pundit for this final table. Love seeing the chat box hopping all afternoon. 9 remaining, all guaranteed a minimum of €4,615, chasing the first prize of €55,000, the World Series of Poker Circuit ring, and a 5K package to the World Series of Poker Paradise. I wouldn't mind going to Paradise myself, sounds good. And guys, we are looking at the cooler of all coolers here. Just dissecting this one after getting back, swallowing my dinner as quick as I could. What a nasty, nasty hand we're witnessing taking place here. Both players flopping full houses, and how do you not go broke if you're Wojciech? Moves all in, instantly called. And that is so sick for Wojciech Havel on the King, Jack, King, 5-4 board. That hand plays itself, and there's nothing you can do. Wojciech is taking it on the chin. Mohamed Naji takes that one in. 93 big blinds. He's now playing. We have Fabio Castagna with 76 bigs. Renz with 60. Mohamed is now going to be your chip leader. Maur Zaharaji is in the mix, one to watch at this final table with 53 big blinds. We've just lost Wojciech Havel in 9th place. Mihail Zhekimov with 28 bigs. Francesco Pagliozzo with 20. Ive Gransarich with 12. And Stefan Petri with 4. MJ is back, and see Mauro has chips now. He does indeed. We've got more action here.
Yeah. Yes. But if you win 80% of it, yes. 90, no? Now? 19. This month only 90%. Yeah, definitely. Now against you 100%. Now it's 1%.
Maur Zaharaji is going to be calling this, of course, 1.2 bigs. It was already all in
Even the clubs,
by default for Stefan with just 300k.
says.
No call required from Zaharaji is what I was trying to say. 7-9-3-6 is the board. River is a queen. And we have a double elimination. 2 hands back to back pretty much.
Can I take this box? Can I move?
Unlucky sir, good game. He takes home €5,900 for his effort. And that means suddenly there's 7 players remaining and they're all guaranteed a minimum of €7,700. What a nice pay day it is for these 7 remaining hopefuls. €7,700 and a 3k package secured. But we don't want to give you that. First prize, 55 grand, 5k with WSOP Paradise package and the WSOP Circuit ring. And I seen that ring. I looked down at the ring. I said, wow, what a beautiful ring. Big, beautiful ring. We're going to build a new ballroom all the way along the King's Resort. It's going to be wonderful. Five takes that one down with his Queen 8 of diamonds. Blinds are now 125 small blind, 250k big blind with a 250k running big blind ante. That's 125, 250, 250. Average stack almost at 10 million here. Zahraji 3 betting to 2.5 million. Lorenz being put to the test here for a lot of moolah. 2 more million. I would probably just call against a man of Maur Zahraji's caliber in the big. Just call and try flop a set or something like that. Doesn't have any blockers to be raising there. Just think it plays better as a complete. Fabio Castagna takes that one in. What a giddy moment it must be for these 7 remaining players playing for so much money. Every decision they make magnified under the bright lights, camera, action. Delighted to see we have over 1,000 viewers right now between YouTube and Poker Room Kings on Twitch. And this makes me very happy. And I know it's going to make the production team happy and the Kings management team happy. So thank you very much for your continued support. Be sure to hit that like, subscribe, and follow button. And look at this. Here we have Renz with the King, Queen of Hearts. Francesco with the pocket fives. And guys, we are suddenly going to be six-handed if Francesco doesn't win this flip. 42% equity with his 5-5 against Renz, King, Queen of Hearts. One of the sexiest, prettiest hands in the deck. The flops two pair here. Runner club working for Francesco also in the form of a flush. That turn is a jack. It's got to be a 5 or a 10. It is a 6. And we lose Francesco Pagliazzo in 7th place. Very nice score for him of 5 figures, €7,700 cash and a 3K ticket package to the King's Million. Renz gets richer. And he's got a lot of support coming in for him today. It seems to. The ego is out for Renz. He had some funny hand gestures there. Come at me, brah. You want to play poker with me today? Gotta bring your A game. Johnny says, Renz is a good dude. That's my boy right there. Yeah, I kind of like Renz myself. Would like to have a beer with the man at some stage. Maybe you can hook me up, Johnny. Well, Gadsby says, afternoon, Dan. Good luck all. Loving the stream. Love hearing comments like that. Well, Gadsby, thank you very much. Great to have you back with us.
I have also a jack.
Yeah, interesting to see what way the dynamic is going to play out for all the remaining players. Who wants to know who's playing a little bit fearful? There's a fine line between fearlessness and foolishness.
I thought you might let me.
And here we go again. Although this is a bit different. Mihail all in for 20 bigs over and under the gun open. I say under the gun, but we are now six-handed. Mihail is all in for the full 20. Full 20 and change. Fabio can't call 20 bigs here. I don't like the word can't or never on this stream, but this seems like a lot. Doesn't seem like this guy wants to fold. His body language is indicating he is in for a penny, in for a pounding. He does have 15 million in chips. Oh, even when he said he wants to fold, that he's going to fold, he sneezed a stack of those pink chips into the middle. So Raji raised from the hijack. Pocket eights. Chunky stack of 50 bigs as he takes in the blinds and antes. I'm hearing something about someone's nickname being the Doctor, or I don't know what way that translates in Dutch. Doctorie. It's in my initials. I'm a doctor. Dior. Dr. Action Man Dan. I'll just stick with Action Man Dan. 9 bigs. We've seen him jam 22 earlier in a position with queens. Didn't even think about min raising. He just got a min raise now with aces on the button with 9 big blinds. This guy is a ticket. Raises to 850. Yikes.
شروط عليها مبين ولا بعد بعد بس تفوت شوف هلا عليها
Yari says go Rens with lots of fire emojis.
هلا مبينه هلا كنت العبها هلا
Bowie means fail in Belgium, kind of. Flemish. Ren fail. I don't know how to pronounce that correctly. It was Bouyge. Bowie. Bus. Bus. Go on, someone correct me in the chat. That's how I learn. As Renz takes in another one. Mute says Buis won't fail today. I've took quite a liking to this kid. He's got a lot of moxie. Mute says he'll kill them all, Spartans. There'll be no murdering done around here, I don't mind telling you. Fabio raised from the cut-off and Mihail calls. Pair-on-pair action. Fives against deuces. Neither liking that flop of the 8, 9, 10, 2 diamonds out there. Very straighty, flushy board already. Twelve bigs with kings. He's going to make it like 3.5x again, isn't he? Oh, God. 750. Well, that doesn't look too strong. He's got to have a monster to be raising 3x off that stack size IMO.
go go
It's pronounced as close.
Can confirm his second name is pronounced as Bos. Bos? Why don't we just call him Ren's boss? I think that's better. Don't let him hear that we are calling him a boss. Well, it's not an ideal place for him to be with this sicko on his left. Maur Zaharaji, by far the most experienced player left in this field with 6 remaining. All players guaranteed a minimum of €10,300, so they've already made 10k on the 300 investment. Obviously, they could have played it multiple times. Some guys can go up as far as about 10 bullets. Depends how many you've got left in the chamber. I'm not a real fish, says he needs to go eat now. Yeah, go eat your bread, your carbs, your sandwiches. Just get all that gluten into you. You need it. You need it so you can continue being a super whale. Super Dutch whale fish. Go enjoy your dinner, man. Talk to you in a bit. Cans and cans of tuna is what you're eating. Pasta. You're making a tuna bake. You baked tuna. You yellowfin tuna. Tell you, you could buy some amount of cans of tuna for €55,000. What do donkeys eat? Donkeys eat carrots and electric fences. Next question. Do you like fish sticks? Do you like to put fish sticks in your mouth? Then what are you? A G-fish? Zaharaji min raises with the ace-queen offsuit. A J-fish. Yeah, sure. Lads, we could be down to 5 here. I've ripping 12 bigs over Zaharaji. Zaharaji snapping them off. We are off to the races, where Zaharaji has 70% equity against Ives King Jack offsuit with 30. Jack 9-8, not the flop Zaharaji was hoping to see. Very bad. Turn is a 3. Any queen, any 10, any ace. Oh, it's an ace! I really didn't see that coming. I thought the way that played out, Ive was going to be home and dry. The ace from space eliminates another player, and suddenly we are 5-handed. Sixth place taking home €10,300 for his efforts. 5 remain. €13,900 is the current payout. for eliminations like this, you still have so much chips in play, but they're all kind of tied together, and no one wants to bust before Mihail with 21 bigs. The rest of them all hovering around an average of about 60 bigs apiece. And that means there is more than 250 bigs still in play with 5 players remaining now.
Were you changing positions or no? Like, we staying like this? This is better. Yes, for you, for me, this is better. You want change? No, I mean last time I was playing my cards from here, you know, like this. Oh, it's against my book. And left hand. No, it's not stack today. Ah, can I put the stack here? It's okay? Buddy, look, save. Let's go. It's Danish. Ah, Danish. For helvede. Does it mean again? Same hand. See, it's very hard language to learn. Yes, yes. Beautiful to listen. I was playing the PLO with him and one of his Danish friends. They were sitting like this, and I was sitting here. And we were talking for 6 hours. It's the only language I can listen to for 6 hours. It's the only language. All other languages, when they talk for 6 hours, when they talk for 6 hours, I go crazy. But Danish, I fall down. It's like how where are you from? Belgium. And Netherlands. Belgium or Netherlands? Both. Both. Yes. My friend, give me me and you. Me and you. Give me a walk, one time. What do you want? What do you want? Floor? Walk. Do we have to serve? Right. صاروخ مرة. der 2000 Bellerne, det er først til september. Men det er ikke en turnering, det er 4 turneringer. No. I play Silent. I'm very low man. Thanks, Mike. I love you. De bus is onderweg. Ja, de bus is onderweg. We rollen overal vandaan.
Fabio on the button, ace-4 offsuit, will min raise with the blinds now at 150, 300, 300. It's a whole different ball game with 5 remaining when 4 of them are closely contended at the top of the pack. Only a few big blinds separating first, second, third, and fourth place. But nothing can happen in the form of a deal or discussions or anything in that realm with a guy with 20 bigs. They're going to want to get rid of that guy first. Great to see the guts of 1,000 people tuning in on YouTube alone right now. And another few hundred on Twitch, of course. Saharaji takes down another one. And Mihail now with 14 bigs since the blinds have gone up, which is very important. Means the bigger stacks can put additional pressure on the shorter ones. And that shorter stack will soon be around 10 big blinds if he doesn't start making moves. And I don't really like that fold. It was way too big of a fold there from the short stack, by the way. Let's get that straight. How do I reach these keys? That was for the South Park fans out there that were tuning in on YouTube. I do love me some South Park. I see someone with a very funny comment that I wouldn't normally mention, but I'm going to mention it this time. You're on about Ren keeps winning pots to check his hoodie and behind his ear because he keeps he keeps wiggling his ear funny with his hand. Ah, stop. Yes, and birds aren't real. And neither are blood.
Brother, you want something to drink? I have. Use some. The rail, some beers for the rail. No? What on the floor if you some have? Beers. You have blood on the floor? I have blood on the floor. I thought Danes were more loud than Brazilians, but so far they're very quiet.
Raji opens things up with the ace 10. Mohammed has a very three bettable ace queen suited. I don't hate just calling here, by the way. Whoa, what's that? That is not 15 million. Maybe it's 1.5. It's 1.5. Phew. Sometimes Zaharaji might use this as a 4-bet fold. But he just lets this one go. Knowing they don't want to do anything too hasty before getting rid of the short stack. Or that's the plan anyway. But you know what they say? Always a surprise around the corner at Kings.
I saw one of them bust this week, and then I saw the other one, but they're twin brothers.
Doesn't always go that way.
Two places. I was so confused. But now the mystery is solved.
Gotta go with the flow, you know.
Yeah, I was like, no way. I actually saw it right, but I thought I saw it wrong.
And there's a big boy hand for Zaharaji facing a raise and a call. This will look very squeezy. And squeeze it he does to a full 3 mil. The full 10 BB. We see Renz raising to 725 on the Bhutan, and Zahraji has Renz covered, so we'll be 3-betting this one. That looks like 2.5 million, and I really like this sizing. I probably just wouldn't bother opening that King 3 offsuit. Zahraji has us covered. He knows this. He's going to pounce on our loose opening from the button, and we're not even suited. Fabio with the ace-10 of spades. Goes for a bet of 600k. Mohammed wants to raise to 1.3. Fabio looks to be re-raising. He's going to 3-bet the flop. This is what happens sometimes when we check raise hands like this. I feel like we should just maybe call this combo because we have a backdoor flush draw and a backdoor straight draw. And there's some other fives or deuces we could check raise with less equity. Now, it's not often that we're going to get click back on the flop, and then when we do, we have to fold anyway. So maybe it's just fine to check raise that combo. You just don't expect to get clicked back often. I don't know enough about these guys. If anyone has any additional information about the players that are still remaining, be sure to let me know. Apart from Ren, we know all about Ren, and we know all about Maur Zaharaji. I'll do a little bit of homework here on the side and see what I can find. Time to call in the Hadley boys with a knack for solving mysteries. Ren's opens and Zaharaji's got the goods. Mohammed with pocket fives. Facing an open and a 3-bet. Now, what way does Renz react to this? Because we've seen him fold already once or twice to Zaharaji. He's got a very nice hand that is often used as a 4-bet bluff. Tillfish thinks action is incoming. Flop ace king 5. Wow. Quite the prediction. Do you come here often? Oh no. Muhammad is going for a cold 4-bet. Yo. He's going to put in about, what, third of a stack? Yikes. Oh no, Ren's, you see him, he's basically smiling there. Can get away from it. And now, do we ever just call if we're Zaharaji? We're in position. It stinks of aces calling here though, doesn't it? You don't often see the cold 4 coming in hot. When you're 5-handed like this, playing for so much money with pocket fives. I don't like this, by the way, from Mohammed. I would way prefer to have a blocker in my hand. And that's why you're just going to see him 5-bet rip, because he feels like his opponent is going to stack off enough pre here. He doesn't need to see a flop. Tillfish says he might fold aces pre-flop because the 4-bet is so strong. Mohammed putting in basically 16 big blinds there. And this is the issue. When we 4-bet hands like this and get shoved on, we've lost a third of our stack. Yikes. Tillfish is now saying that aces aren't real. Ghosts aren't real, aliens aren't real, blockers aren't real, birds aren't real, and we are living in a simulation. Renz with 9-7 of diamonds and Zaharaji with the king 10 of diamonds. Renz didn't want to see diamonds. There's one diamond out there, ace, ace, 6. Renz just... I thought that looked like he donked. I was like, no way. Did go check, check. Oh, he has bet a big blind. Waiting for the graphics to catch up. So it goes check, bet, call, turn is the 10. It goes check, bet, 1 million. And Zaharaji will fold. No, sorry, Renz has folded. It's gone check, bet 1 million, fold. Graphics trying to make a liar out of me. Better have my money when I come to collect. Pay up. Gang, gang. Look at this. Mihail shoving 11. And Zaharaji with king, queen of diamonds. And this is a big flip for both players involved. Either Mihail is going to spin and win to 6.9 million, 23 bigs, or we're going four-handed for this title and Zaharaji becomes an overwhelming chip leader. Jack 9, 5. Turn is the 4 clubs. Huge river coming up. It's an 8. And Mihail will survive. Big double up for him to 23 bigs. Ayla says graphics aren't real. Oh, you guys, this is getting ridiculous now. Irish people aren't real. Commentators are not real. Get out the gavel. Ban this man. Ban. Bad kitty. Bad kitty. That's how they're looking. Zaharaji with 67 bigs. Renz with 50. Fabio with 50. Mohammed with 37. And Mihail with 23. Can we get a ban on Tiltfish? What's the matter, you? You gotta know respect. The earth is not flat, lads. Let's not start this. Shizer. King Queen taking that one down, and I will be back in just a moment. Queen 5, Queen 9 is the board. 3-bet pot, voting against the cutoff. Raji 3-betting 3, Ren's calling with the 7. 36 million in this pot. I will say as well, it always seems like Raji is about to cry. Ren's going to win that one. Bad river for Raji to cry. Rep because his opponent is going to have a lot of hands to connect with that river. Renz wins another one. Respect, Matt. Authority. Let him be free. He is just having fun. I'm a free fish. Fresh fish. Fresh fish. So there's a movie that is probably one of the best of all time. But it is for me anyway. Shawshank Redemption. Plenty of references from that one. Renz bets 475 and Fabio is out of the way. I can't really seem to find much information about Fabio Castagna, which would lead me to believe he is not a professional. It says Dan, bad news. My girlfriend lit up candles. That means I have to watch a movie with her instead of doing comms. You weren't getting in here anyway. You took too long. The door is always open, but for now it is shut. Enjoy your movie. Your Netflix and chill. And I'll see you in the next cartoon. Thank you for being very entertaining throughout this afternoon, even though you didn't have the balls to get on the mic. That's okay. That's all right. This time, I'll allow it. Someone asking, am I a crackhead? Yes, all the crack from Ireland. Welcome. If you're new to this channel, we like to have fun here. And I am talking to the Poker Room Kings on Twitch chat box. So maybe you thought I was talking to myself or a wall. But no. We have an action army on Twitch. And I am keeping an eye on the YouTube as well, because there is almost 1,000 of you tuning in, which is great. Fantastic numbers on this bank holiday Monday. Come one, come all, come on in. The water is lovely. If you are just tuning in, you're watching five-handed action, €300 mini main event, the World Series of Poker circuit event. No Limit Hold'em live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. I'm out of Finn McCule and Mrs. Leprechaun. Right. I'm going to go away here from the YouTube chat box for a while. Irish commentators aren't real. Well, I'm certainly not English, so don't make that mistake or you will be having words, buddy. Mohammed will take that one down with the ace-9. Tillfish says, Dan loves me, he can't ban this whale. But don't be telling everyone.
English, okay? Otherwise I call Flo. Normally we are friends. Today is war. Okay? Only English.
Danish.
Mohammed raising to 700k with pocket sixes. Ren's calling with ace-3. Sometimes we'll just use that to our advantage and 3-bet it. He decides to just take his hand and call in position. Renz is going to raise here to 1.8 million. Wasn't expecting to see this from Renz. That's one way to win this hand. Good shot, straight draw. Bird is back in the chat. He's going to put some manners on all of you. And that includes anyone. Even if they are a tilt fish. Don Key is my Mexican name. Okay. Mohammed should not be betting here on the turn. I don't like it. There's just too many cards that Ren can have, or Hansi can have, the call on the button that smack this range that didn't want to 3-bet pre. All right, well, I stand corrected. Said the man in the orthopedic shoes, he is just 3-bet to 5 million. This just doesn't really make sense from either player. I don't see a lot of made hands or big hands checking this flop and now raising the turn. Just so I'm clear, the flop went check, check. Mohammed gets another one back no matter what's just happened here. Spanking Renz on the turn there. These guys came to play some poker. Don't see any information about Mohammed Naji either. We could be checking with nines and jacks, yes. I will agree with that. But our jacks will be 3-betting pre-flop. And nines occasionally will 3-bet as well. So therefore, a jack 9 would make a lot of sense. A jack 9 suited. Perhaps a set of deuces. Oh, Ayla says no by Muhammad, obviously. Yes, okay. Well, I was on about Renz beforehand, so yes, you can see why I got mixed up there. Muhammad is going to want to start putting money into the pot, though, out of position. Could have some Queen 10 as well, Aylis, that's correct. I just didn't expect to see a raise from Renz on the turn, and then when Renz does raise the turn, after checking back the flop, it's hard for him to rep a hand, and that's why we have dissected it in such a way that we're just turning our sixes into a bluff. Renz has a big ego, big personality, and it shows in his aggressive poker style. But that is part and parcel of living by the sword and dying by it. So you're going to see a guy like Renz have a lot of fluctuations with his stack size, even if we are at a final table. Fabio turns trips. Renz checks back. River is an ace. And that's going to get Renz in a bit of trouble here with 4 million in the pot. I don't see him folding here. If Fabio's betting, and he wants to bet around, I was going to say somewhere around half pot. He's gone for 3 bigs. Renz will call. And Renz had 62 bigs at one stage. Obviously, the blind's just gone up, but he does find himself with 34 bigs now going forward. Small blind is now 200k. Big blind is now 400k with a 400k running big blind ante. That's 200, 400, 400. I think 1.2 million was just too small of a sizing there on the river. Go for like 2.5 million into 4. Or sometimes, yes, we could try a check raise. But there's no guarantee that Renz is going to bet ace 10 there on the river. Or, sorry, he will be betting ace 10, but we don't know that. There are some ace X he will just check back on the river. But yes, value was missed there. Mohammed raises to 1 mil. Renz gets out of the way. Average stack, by the way, nearly 14 million. Just a testament how great these structures are.
You want to buy a skull? You are one. Let's see. What should I do? What should I do?
Bottom of the range there. The Jack 7 suited opening. I agree with Mr. Fish. Diddy AB playing a stormer today in the chat box. He'll have to put his mouth where his money is soon enough, though. We're going to have to get him in this booth. If he wasn't so busy making sandwiches. What movie are you going to watch, Mr. Fish? Or has it been decided for you? Meow. Paranormal Action 5. Sounds good. Paranormal Action is more like 4 betting 5-5 pre-flop. Oh. This effing guy.
Now I look at you.
11 bigs now for Mihail. After doubling up to 23. Hasn't had much going for him. Back to 13 as he takes in the blinds and antes. Tilfish says, are deals allowed at the World Series of Poker circuit event? I don't think they are. I'm pretty sure I was told that deals were now allowed at Kings except for World Series events. That is a massive deal between these players. If they know that they're not able to do a deal, it's going to be completely different. The action surely won't be as cagey. But the action's going to be cagey anyway until they eliminate the short stack, or that's the plan. $5 pay jump between 5th and 4th. Let's not forget about that. Not like that. Mr. Fish says the best deal Renz did at this FT was stealing the pillow from the lounge section. Very good. And it's not a hat, it's a tea cozy. So Raji coming in hot with a 3 bet. 5.5 bigs total, 2.2 mil. This guy, very fast acting, not even thinking about it. Now, what way Is Raji constructing Fabio's range? His 3-bet calling range. When he's out of position. Bet of 800k in a call. Turn is a deuce of spades. Check from Fabio. I think this is time where we just start giving up. We have a 10, which blocks some draws we would want our opponent to have. We unblock hands like King, Queen, Queen, Jack, and King. King, Jack doesn't have anything here. The Queen 10. We block Queen 10, but we unblock King, Queen. We also block Ace, Queen, which is really nice. Saharaji. Deciding because we block so much Queen X that we are just going to continue firing. And that ace doesn't really change much, but neither player should have an 8 in their hand. Zaharaji can have hands like 8-10 suited, 8-9 suited, maybe ace-8 or king-8, the 3-bet pre. But it's just a very bad card to continue firing on when you've 3-bet, bet flop, bet turn. That bet on the turn is designed to get rid of hands like maybe 9s or 10s, even though we block 10s. A hand that contained maybe a 6, a small pair. Also some ace highs that decided to get sticky and hang around on the flop. But once we've bet the flop and bet the turn and it's paired on the river, we just have to give up. It's the way she goes sometimes. And now Fabio is way out in the lead with 65 big blinds. Tilfish says, someone give Renz a pep talk. His posture isn't good anymore. I need to fix my own posture. Never mind anyone else's. Aylis makes a very good point, says he snap called the flop of Queen 8 deuce. And Aylis, I think there's a lot of Queen X in Fabio's range, how quick he called the 3-bet. He clearly had something nice and juicy he wanted to see a flop with. And some of the nice and juicy hands we would want to see a flop with would be King Queen suited and Queen Jack suited, maybe even Queen 10 suited, even though we blocked that considerably with the Ace 10. So Raji's going to min raise with the Ace Deuce of Hearts. And I don't think he's going to be able to call 11 bigs here with just Ace Deuce suited. Mihail shoving with King Jack of Diamonds. And Mawar Zaharaji's going to be getting quite frustrated. He knows he's the superior player remaining out of these 5. However, nothing has really gone his way. I'm getting info that position 9, Mawar Zaharaji has 1.5 million more than the graphics are indicating. Top hitter wants to play Mr. Fish. I invite him for a heads-up game in the Kings 5K Bay-In. Let's play or stop or shut the F up, I suppose he's trying to say. And look at the screen. Now, you got put in your place there, Tilfish. Put your money where your mouth is and put your mouth where your money is. And Fop Shinny says there are two types of people in this chat. People who are rooting for Rennes and people who will root for Rennes. Rennes, Rennes, Rennes. Rufio! Mihail just going to shove 15 bigs here with the ace-jack. It was a reference to Hook, the movie. I think that's about 7 references from 10 different movies at this stage, or 10 different references from 7 different movies. And we're going to fly Rennes over to America. I've seen this young guy. What a talent. What a player. I looked at Rennes and said, what an awesome guy. Fabio Min raising into cutoff, ace queen. What a beautiful boy Rennes has turned out to be. And congratulations on YouTube. We have surpassed 1,000 viewers on YouTube alone. Dunkcase wants me to speak normal. Okay, sure. That's so much fun and not boring at all. Fop wants to change King's Resort into Rennes Playground. Rennes min raising with the King Jack, and Mohammed calling with Queen 6 of spades. Flop is ace 9-9. Rennes could better check. Both options are fine. Probably just bet small, like 600k, 700k. 400k works as well. All the love coming in for Mr. Renz. So Raji min raising. Mihail has an extra bit of juice behind him now. 15 bigs total. That's a great pickup for the King Queen, uncontested. So Raji with 5-4, blind v blind against Renz. Renz checks on the ace 8-4. Zaha will check it back. Turn is the 7 of diamonds. Renz checks once more. Old boy Rennie. Or young man, young fella Rennie. Don't see him taking a stab at this against the big blind. He might bet and try get a jack high, a queen high, or a king high. Maybe not a king high. Something like 10 high, or jack high, or queen high. He's just going to get snapped off here. Ratty didn't want to show that hand. Mauer not happy there. They tell him to turn off his hand quicker. Kitty game is down the street. Zaharaji will be close to $500,000 in tournament earnings if he wins this event. Flop says almost got Renzonated. The Renzonator. Fabio raises and Lorenz should be 3-betting this one to around 2.2 mil, 2 mil, 2.1. Nice pickup for the man of the hour. Dr. Dean takes walls. Says commentator, you like my bad play with aces a week ago. Ha ha ha. Last weekend, you're going to have to be more specific. I deal with a lot of hands here. Commentate on 250 hands plus in a day sometimes. We went well over 300 hands before. And Mihail seems a bit impatient to shove this amount of bigs. 17 bigs with the ace deuce off, taking no consideration here for ICM whatsoever. Fabio's really interested, but this would be too many bigs to call with Queen Jack suited. It is a quarter of his remaining stack. Whoa! Decides he's calling and that's it. See, Queen Jack suited is one of the best hands to be calling here because you're going to be up against all those small pairs, all those small aces, and then we dominate hands that might shove like Jack 10 suited, Jack 9 suited, Queen 10 suited. But I still think this is too many big blinds to be calling with just Queen Jack, even if we are suited. You can let me know what you think about it in the chat after this hand. 2 pair for Fabio. Turn is the 5 of hearts. 3 and a 3 only for Mikhail Zhekimov, or we are going to be down to 4 players. River is the 4 of hearts. We lose Mikhail Zhekimov in 5th place. And that means 4 players remaining now. Fabio with an overwhelming chip lead, playing 81 big blinds. Yes, the shove is not great at all on the button there, but how wide are we supposed to call with the ICM pressure in the big blind there for 17 bigs total? He will take home €13,900 for his efforts. That means all remaining players guaranteed a minimum of €19,000. And this has all happened very fast. Maur Zaharaji is all in. This is massive for the tournament. I can't believe. Turned me head for 2 seconds. 23.2 million in the middle here. Mohammed with pocket nines. Maur Zaharaji with pocket sevens. Ace, deuce, 3, and that's an amazing flop for Mohammed. Turn is the king of clubs. Zaharaji had enough of being 3-bet. Decided to take a stand. Ran right into it. Wow, he's got quite the rail. Go on, the lads. And he's an exciting player still remaining in the field. And Maur Zaharaji is going to have to pay a lot of money to that man right there. And he's going to be left with more than 0.7 of a big, because remember, he has 1.5 million more than we originally thought. But that is going to cripple him. And we've just heard the TD. They are going on a break for the guts of 15 minutes. So we are going to come back, and Zaharaji is going to have 1 big blind. Fabio with 81, Mohammed with 58, and Renz, who people cannot get enough of, getting all the support from around Europe, it seems. Will be coming back with 30 bigs. This has been such an exciting final table. You don't want to miss the rest of this. One of these 4 remaining players is going to become your eventual mini main champion. Don't go anywhere. We're going to keep it right here. See you all in a few moments. They didn't do too bad in the end.
No, sir.
Build quite a franchise.
Indeed.
So we've had another beauty school dropout on the outer table. 11 players remaining now. All guaranteed a minimum of €7,075. Johan says, good luck, enjoy the stream. I have to go. I'm playing bridge this evening. Boo.
Boo, indeed.
You picked the right day to play bridge. You're going to miss this amazing event, Johan. But alas, you can catch it on the replay, I'm sure. Go give them hell, son. Thanks for your help. Best of luck in your bridge. More big pairs. Aces again. Sabashenko. Very nice hand.
So many premiums, Dan.
Very much so, Alan. Queens, kings, and aces. Like they're going out of fashion here. We haven't even played that many orbits. Trunk going for 3-bet to 1.7 million. Sabashenko with such a nice hand here. The Jack-10 suited. It's just a tough spot when your opponent has sub-20 bigs behind. Sucks to put this in the muck all the same.
Like
going to say he's going to be tempted to peel.
I think I'd be tempted to peel myself, man, to be honest with you, in this situation. Small blind, big blind, or small blind button dynamic.
Yeah, it's just that trunk isn't that deep behind, and it is a significant portion of our stack. But for just 1.2 million more, it is less than 5 bigs. Could go either way. You would prefer if your opponent in the small blind had more chips. That would make it more advantageous to call, in my opinion.
Yeah, agreed.
Now, if you made it any bigger, you could just let it go. Like if it was 2 million or 2.2. Again, trunk has 4.4. So it's just an ideal spot. He goes for a sneaky check. And that should induce about a bet of $1 million from Sabashenko because he's got backdoors working for him. He could get his opponent to fold some sort of holdings that contain an ace that he might just be check folding with on this 8-5 deuce board. You'd be inclined to bet here yourself, Alan.
Yeah, exactly for the reasons you mentioned. The thing is, I would like a check call, and he does check call, man. I was hoping he wasn't going to check raise. It's like, there isn't many bad turn cards. I mean, that one's still pretty irrelevant for the most part. But like his check call range, man, just looks like king queen, ace jack, ace queen, etc. So Sabashenko might go for another bet here again on the turn potentially. But I really like the flat and the flop for sure with the aces.
Yeah. Now, what's Trunk's range looking like, though? It's got to be pretty strong to 3-bet pre and check call the flop. You will have hands like ace king, ace queen, ace jack, maybe. We block ace jack. Might have. I don't think he has something like king jack or a king queen that's hoping to get the showdown. So he is kind of capped in this exact spot.
There might be some king queen of diamonds here, for example, although maybe that might be better to just bet yourself and just deny equity and get some folds on the flop. So yeah, I think the bulk of what we kind of mentioned in terms of the check call range is like that strong ace high region, and in something like, you know, kings and aces. So it's an interesting spot nonetheless, and Shabashenko does go for another bet on the turn.
Yeah. It's a smallish sizing, but it's not really relative to Trunk's stack. Goes for the second barrel, and this is what Trunk wants his opponent to do. The only problem is how much 8x does Trunk think Savchenko has? He shouldn't have too much 8x in his range. Perhaps this is just a bit of Hollywood. But expect to see him just call again.
Yeah. Like, the thing is, man, with if he's considering raising here, I really don't like it because, and he does, I think, announce it. Yeah, it's just like if Shabashenko is bluffing, man, just let him bluff. Like again, I think if a flush completes on the river, yeah, it's not the cleanest, man, but probably less incentivized to call there. But obviously, this is not the same thing in a tournament. So yeah, I don't mind the call. I also don't mind the 3-bet, bro. You're gonna get folds a lot there, so can't be bad. But just unfortunately ran into the off Kong from Richie.
Yeah, it looks extremely strong to be 3-betting off that stack depth out of position there, sub 20 bigs to start the hand. So he is going to get a lot of credit. So you're getting your info without having to just jam all in. If we're getting under any less there, I think he's just got to jam though instead of 3-betting.
Yeah.
Fam with the Kings yet again, running hot in these first few orbits of the day. If you're just tuning in, you're watching the €550 World Series of Poker Europe No Limit Hold'em Colossus event live from the Kings Resort in Rozvadov. And look at this flock with the aces on the button.
Nasty. We're seeing a lot of this, Dan, in fairness. Premiums being dealt and another person picking up something more than reasonable behind. Money is for sure going to be going in the middle. Actually, just a call.
Oh, setting the trap. This is sick for both players. Both players probably think they're trapping the other here. Obviously, we haven't seen the flop yet. Richie could close the action, would normally maybe just flick it in there with the 6-5 offsuit, but not when there's 14 remaining. We'll let it go.
Oh my God.
King 7-5. That is so disgusting. If you're flock, not so much if you're fam. Flopping top set. Wow, will we walk? And this looks like music to Flock's ears as well. He's got the ace of diamonds, which blocks some combos, or would want her opponent to have, or his opponent to have the ace of diamonds because it would have more flush draws. But that king high is going to hit fam's range a considerable portion of the time. So this is such an ideal flop for the flock. And his ace is right here, right now. Bet a 300k and a call.
Slow it down a little bit.
And the diamonds. Oh, he can still get there now on the river. 10 outs. It's never over. It's never easy. What a hand developing here. Fam checks once again. And now we just bet like 400k, 500k. Quarter pot. We have the deck crippled. In a sense. 600 is fine. Fam check call or check jam. There's a lot out there already. Flock only has 6 big blinds behind.
think just check call here is standard. Oh, I take that back. Jesus. I suppose he's only 1.2 behind in fairness.
Yeah,
Think you're trapping the
it's
prefer.
just a spot where he's going to be
Aces for sure, you have no trapping.
aces for sure.
Sempre top 1,
This
Ah.
is
sempre top
so
1,
sick.
fidati. Sempre top 1 sono, fidati.
It's just a spot where he's going to be stacking off there most of the time anyway, Alan. He's only got 6 bigs
Cosa
behind.
deve avere lui che flatta da lì?
Might as well get it in.
Cosa deve avere? E tu il trapping, sì.
Fortunate.
Here's
He's
the
not dead.
river.
Wow.
Oh my God, it's an ace! Oh,
Sick.
Crazy.
Top set di
always a
K, gli
surprise
assi
around the
trappati.
corner at Kings.
Succede sempre uguale.
Asso riva.
Ace of clubs rolling off. Such a
K7-5, lui
sick
trappa gli assi
river
con
for
10
fan. Such a sick flop
K7-5, check, bet
for
lui gli
Flock.
assi. Call.
Gets
Quadri,
there
fly,
on the
check,
river.
bet, all in, call. Gli assi con l'asso di quadri, riva rasso.
Oh, holy God.
Like I would assume suited would be somewhat easier, I would say.
This just feels horrible to give back the chips you just won. You're back down
True.
at 10 bigs. Or you double them up. Or you eliminate them, I guess. But I don't know if I'm going to fold suited there, guys. I'll probably think he's... Yeah, the offsuit combo can just go in the muck. It is for about 12 bigs total. So it's like 10 more. It really is very close. Here we go. Szymanski raising enough to put Trunk all in. Trunk goes for it. Did Szymanski just straight up rip there? That was a change of pace for Szymanski, and I actually don't mind just shoving there, putting them both to the test. It's good ICM play. But Trunk waking up with the 10s. Another twist in this tail, perhaps. Trunk could be back to 26 million, and then they're very even in chips, the 3 remaining players. Jack 7-5, 2 spades. Turn is a 5 of hearts. Trunk looking pretty, 95% equity as we hit the river. The French Riviera. 6 of spades. Trunk gets a healthy, chunky double up.
start
Your
now
heart,
different
your heart
playing.
was pounding.
But now different.
Brother, I was
Now
ready
you have
to
seen
pull the
how I
trigger.
play.
I was ready to say
Change
all
stress.
in. I was ready. I was ready. I've seen it all now. Pocket fires forward. What a guy.
Playing with me 2 days.
Was nice move. I liked it actually. Let's go. Good job. Take regular. You have nothing either, bro.
5-8.
I need only
I am the best. You are the last one, my friend.
My friend, I had 3 high. What do you want me to do? I don't want to double it. Don't seek out. How come? You guys have nothing. We have really unbelievable.
Alrighty, gang, welcome back after the break. What an entertaining final table this has been so far. Hope you're all enjoying the show. If you're just tuning in, once again, it's the World Series of Poker Circuit mini main event. And you know that it's the mini main event, meaning that this is just a warm-up for the big one next weekend. Next weekend, we're going to have 3 days of action, Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday for the World Series of Poker main event. That's going to be huge. Huge. Right now, Maur Zaharaji needs a lot of luck. We've seen players come back from the fumes of a big blind before. Fabio with a flush here on the river. Mohammed with a very aggressive style and relentlessness and fearlessness. Be a little bit of foolishness in there as well, but setting that one up nicely against Zaharaji with the pocket nines. Mohammed getting out of the way. Not much happening for him on that board. Renz could be set to eliminate Zaharaji right here, right now. Zaharaji with the queen 10. Renz is doing some form of an arm wrestle here. Ten of clubs he calls for. I think he's joking, of course. 9-4 deuce. 4.2 million in the pot. Are we going to be down to 3, or is Raji? No. Hug it out. This guy is great crack. He's good for the game. Zaharaji has been eliminated. I'm sure he'll be back soon enough at the feature table of Kings. Renz gets some newfound gold. Still hasn't returned that cushion that he robbed. Handed now for the title over stack 22 million, which is really 45 big blinds. Now that they have Maur Zaharaji out there, wonder what way their mindset is psychologically. It's going to be tough for Renz and Mohammed to take on such a massive stack here. If you're the chip leader, you're loving life right now. For Fabio Castagna. But Renz loves the challenge, even if he only has 24 bigs. Mohammed with 37 and the rest of the chips in play belonging to Fabio. The Rat of Renz. I like that. As long as we know that it's W-R-A-T-H and not R-A-T. This guy needs some Dutch cheerleaders on the rail. Get your pom-poms out for Renz. The Rat of Renz. Renz will be happy to win that one with 2 overcards and 3 spades on board. Fop says tough for the chip leader with hold. Oh, we had that already. Wartastic says Fop with the unrelenting support as ever. Rensky. You remember that show, Ren and Stimpy? Where's Stimpy? We have our Rens right here. Rens and Stimpy. Fabio opening with 6-7 offsuit, which is very wide, but he is the chip leader. Renz is going to 3-bet. Expect Renz to just call from the small the majority of the time, but that's a 3-bet. Looks to be 3.35 million, and I like this sizing. Bird says he wants Bird to the Bahamas. What about the commentator? What about Action Man Dan? It's going to raise here to 2 million. A non-believer of Fabio with an open ender blocks the straight. Don't raise again. Oh no. Expected Fabio to just call here in position with the nuts. No need to raise this up. Especially that sizing. Just wants to play for it all right here, right now. There's just a lot of good rivers that Mohammed might continue firing on. And once we make it 8 mil, he's got to have a made hand to call it off.
Was a mistake. I will only call you, but I can't.
Also, what we need to mention here is he's got the ace of clubs. That's a card we would want Muhammad to have as a raise. So when we have that, there's less draws that Muhammad can make a 2 million with there. Bit of a topsy-turvy one, that one.
Can you count? 10.5. No, 11. Maybe it's make different. This 500.
Muhammad is all in. Fabio is all in. Renz is all out. This all happened very quick. 22 bigs. Blind v blind. Standard enough stuff. There's still a lot of money that's going in the middle here. And deuce, 3, 1 heart. There's the 6 of spades. King or a queen needed on the river.
Tomorrow. Not today. Tomorrow. Maybe Tuesday. No, maybe Tuesday. Not today.
It's a king! The king of kings! Wow! He says, not today, maybe tomorrow. He said, what about Tuesday? 23.5 million. And Fabio is now playing 100 big blinds. That's a dagger to Muhammad's heart. There was a coin flip phone in. Congratulations to him. Taking home a whopping €26,300.
So 5 minutes we get the chips for the stream. We can make a deal. No, I can't allow any official deals. I just won the ring. I don't give a fuck about the money. Well, really? I'm a billionaire. I don't need money. That's good. That's pretty fine. I'm joking. The money goes up, goes away. The ring stays. No? Così non lasciami no panico, no.
We're going on a break. We're going to come back. Fabio is going to have 100 bigs. Renz with a quarter of the chips in play, but all the momentum behind him. He's got a whole country behind him, this fella. I've took quite a liking to Renz. But you can't take anything away from Fabio Castagna. I can't find any information about this guy, but he has played quite well at this final table, even though the deck has been forever in his favor. Go take a breather. We're coming back for a heads-up battle. And it's going to be a very fun one. I would say we're going to put a ribbon on this thing, but this could go on for quite some time yet. Don't go anywhere. I'll see you all in a few moments.
A lot of all-in situations with them combos of hands as well. So I have doubles here under the gun. Just going to be getting out of the way. all players guaranteed about 7k right now on top of the ticket that I just mentioned. If you manage to make the final 9, you are guaranteed 9k. And then obviously pay jumps escalate after that. That felt so ugly. Yeah. Feedback has been indifferent, we'll say, with the Fable felt. Can hardly barely see the cards. Yeah, there might be some adjustments made in future about that old trick. We'll have to stick it out for this stream for today. So yeah, just 105k up top, lads. Not any amount of small pocket change by any means. We do have Menga limping in here on the small blind. The 10-6 suited. We got Daniel here now in the big blind with 9-4 off. One would assume he's probably going to check this back. He does elect to do so. Does end up flopping trips here. Does go check, check. Menga does pick up a flush draw here and might start betting on this ace turn. Just surprised to not see that. Menga's going to have some possible limps with ace X in his range. He does have equity here with a gut shot and a flush draw, so surprised to not see him at least take a stab here on this turn card. Daniel, on the other hand, coming out for a bet. It's under half pot, around, well, more or less half pot, you could argue. And Menga does elect to check call. Very interesting river. Gives Daniel the full house and Menga the flush. Just check. So I assume Menga is, or sorry, Daniel Shammer. I'm just going to say Shammer because it's easier. Wow, big all in here. I don't expect Menga to call here, but it's hard to see a bluff here in Shammer's shoes. He's asking for a count here. I mean, it's hard to say what's right or wrong here, but I do think we could find a fold here. Like, is Shammer going to try and bluff Menga off an ace here? Arguably. It's a pretty ballsy move, though, if he decided to do that. Just a horrible river for Menga because he does improve to the flush, but you really got to piece together what Shammer is going to try and bluff this river here in this situation, you know. Hard to find bluffs. And the thing is, they're playing the board here. If Menga decided to check call, maybe with some king high on the turn. He does call. Not going to be happy with that. Not going to be happy with that. Very difficult to fold there. I get it. But it's also difficult to potentially find a bluff. Yeah, you can definitely pick his spots. Definitely pick his spots. That's called.
Speranzoni rejamming. Trunk calling. Can't blame Trunk for calling here. Speranzoni going to be getting a bit impatient.
Why do I feel
He's
like
not
a
looking
five's
life
coming?
calling. Yeah, it's sub 10 bigs. He's already invested over $1 million. Just priced in. Golden opportunity here, Al, for Speranzoni. 8-4 deuce. It's never easy.
No, sir.
5 outs now for the trunk.
Diamond.
Turn
Oh my
is
god, what a
diamond.
turn card.
Whoa.
The worst.
Look at the amount of outs. I can barely count
Yeah.
that many outs on the screen. 15. Oh, wow.
Creeping up on that 100th hand, Bobby. Hand number 95.
Mm-hmm. You want to make any
UTGCO 9-6 offsuit.
You want to make any how many hands total guesses? Over and under? I'll put the line at 167.
Ooh, you know, 169 was right in my brain.
Oh, so you're on overs then.
Yeah.
Okay.
Pocket sixes for Naeem. And Wang with the ace-8 of spades in the big blind.
Wow. It's about 27 bigs. Could see a jam here from Wang. Probably just going to call.
He seems like a cool cat.
He's a cool cat, yeah.
And he's going to play it that way. So they'll go heads up to this flop.
Proves the structure's very good that it's not just a jam fest.
Wow.
I mean, that's a pretty good flop for Wang, flopping the absolute nizzles. And Naeem's going to think this is not a bad flop at all. Going to bet small or check.
Yeah, he's like, I got the spade 2 here. Check, check though. 10 of hearts turn.
Oh, I'd be really brutal if it just comes like 6 of diamonds or 6 of hearts in the river. Wang should probably check again here. Yeah,
And
good
does.
check, good check.
Like I said, he's a cool cat.
I think Naeem can start betting now. Probably bet like 1.2, something like
Oh
that.
boy, he's going to walk into it. So 1.1.
Again, even as Wang here, I don't really see the value in raising. I feel like opponent's going to bet fold way too much.
Keep it cool, Wang.
I think we just need to call.
Ooh, like that. Throws the stack of time banks in the middle, some posturing and acting.
What animal.
Got the nizzies, and he's going to act. Let's see if he can make a non-believer out of Naeem.
Oh, he's going to make it 4 million. It's going to be way too big. 4.2, something like that. Yeah, that's
3.7 is the sizing.
It's very large. There's not really that many bluffs. When it's like king 3, deuce 10, Wang's going to have lots of flushes, some 2 pairs, even some sets of deuces and 3s from the big blind that we would just call.
Maybe he's going off seeing Naeem do that loosey-goosey call earlier and hoping that he'll do it again.
Yeah, monotone board this time though.
Yeah, much different boards, but maybe just going with that thought process, seeing if he can get him to get pot
Yeah,
committed.
But I feel like Naeem's, you know, he's made his mistakes.
Oh my.
Did he just jam? Or is he just called?
Oh my. So makes the call.
This is...
Wang is loving life.
This is...
Oh
my god, it came 6. I literally said
diamond.
6 of diamonds or 6 of hearts. I can't remember what I said first, but it doesn't even matter. Oh my goodness me. Look, Naeem's going to think, oh my god, I've absolutely got him on the river. Oh my gosh. Wang just having a look. I have the nuts. Do I have the nuts? Do I have the nuts? Yes, I have the nuts.
You got the nuts, buddy.
That is a wild river. It just comes the offsuit 6. Wang's going to jam and Naeem's going to snap.
This is what I was saying. Maybe he was hoping to get that loosey-goosey call, and he got it from Naeem.
I can't believe that.
Hits the nut card on the river to get value here. Literally licking his lips.
Licking his lips. And the thing is...
You can't script that, folks.
Bro, that's insane. Because the thing is, when someone's literally licking their lips, it means they normally have the nuts.
That expression doesn't come from nowhere. Just thinking, how can I get all of it here?
He's going all in.
How can I get all of it?
I think if you jam, you can definitely represent a hand like ace queen with like ace of spades or something.
I was just gonna say that.
I think, yeah.
So,
He's just gonna flick the chip in, I guess.
12 million.
12 million. And a snap call.
Snap.
And paid off. Naeem is gonna be
absolutely crippled now.
Gutted. Wow. So Wang now up to 40.5 million at Naeem.
That is one of the sickest rivers we've had here so far at the World Series of Poker Europe at the King's Casino in Rosvedal.
Sick river.
But you know what? Naeem should have folded turn, and I think he knows it as well.
Oh, there you go. Now, the other thing is, I don't like this jam from the ace-king, because if he's bluffing, let him bluff.
But 62 million out there.
Sick, man. Sick
I
turn
said
card.
we're going to be putting a ribbon on this thing when we get back. Well, this is certainly accelerating that ribbon.
Facts.
And it's 95% equity for Trunk. It's been his tournament all day to lose, really, and then it looked like he was going to be gone there for a while. He's rebounded nicely. He's hit the turn there.
Oh my God!
No, he hit the river! Oh, Jesus Christ almighty. Oh, dear.
Oh.
Zemansky gets there. That is some rough justice. How do you like them apples? You don't.
Jesus.
Absolutely nothing the 6-4 can do. You can't blame the
Congratulations, gentlemen. Enjoy. We'll continue at 250, 500, 500. Cool. You are tapping, right? Good. Nice hand.
Alrighty, folks, we're back. No need to ask the chat who they want to see win this one. All the support coming in for Ren. He says, come on, Ren. Arch is in the house. Fabio raising to 1.25 million with the 8-9 of hearts. Ren calling it 4 of hearts. Ren's betting. Smashing that one. 3-2-40. It says, come on, Dr. Renz. Up as low, this is the RT Journal. We just have some breaking news. There is a poker player who's just got a ticket to the Bahamas and his name is not Fabio. We are quite deep for this heads-up battle, even though Fabio has a 2-1 chip lead. Ren has a massive stack with 45 big blinds here. Oh, I'd love to go to the Bahamas. Bathe with all those pigs. There is a place you can go swim with the pigs. Massive boars, I do believe. Be a bit of crack. Yeah. Ren's with a lot of equity here as Fabio bets over $1 million. Looks like a raise to 3.6. He ain't messing around. Fabio bets 500k on the turn. Fabio declares he has a 5, and that's going to be good enough. Takes it down. Well, I would assume we don't have any information about Fabio Castagna, what he's won, what he hasn't won. He's a cash game player. He doesn't seem to have good grasp of headship poker so far from what I can see. Renz is definitely outplaying him. Fabio being shying away in 2 spots. And Renz goes for it there with 1 million. Value betting. Fabio just going to call with full house. I presume that was a value bet from Renz. I don't see how it's a bluff. Comparing cards in a heads up is not a good strategy. Sure. Those graphics, lads. Love when it zooms out like that. This is the World Series of Poker circuit event. All roads leading to the main event. Currently, the mini main. Heads up for the ring and a 5k package to the Bahamas. It says, what a life, 6x raise. Yeah, look, there's going to be a bit of impatience in the air. No players will want to get this done. More so from Fabio's side. Renz has more experience. There's definitely one to watch for the future. An inspiration for Holland. Seven six. Ren's best 900k. Fabio folds. 50 big blind difference. So one double up and it propels Ren's chip lead pretty much. A long way to go yet. Very fast final table, but this is what happens then. The average stack is huge. Not saying that that's a bad thing. You have to even out in the end. You have to stack almost 70 big blinds. That's a lot of big. Up. I'm asking who this Welsh commentator is. No, I'm Irish. Sorry to disappoint you.
What are the chances? What are the chances?
All smiles for these two. And why wouldn't they be? Locking up a minimum of €36,600 and a 3k package. There's still a lot to play for. The ring, the 5k Paradise package for the World Series of Poker. And the difference between almost €20,000 between first and second. That's a large raise. Looks to be about 4.5 mil.
Do 7. No. I would have liked to play.
Looks like we are continuing to play 40-minute levels. Small blind is 300k. Big blind 600k with a 600k running big blind ante. And Ren's limping and completing with the Queen 7. which is a fine strategy. Fabio's going to bump it up with the ace-6 suited. My strategy, if I was Fabio, is I would keep trying to put Renz out of his comfort zone. So if Renz wants to play small pots, I'm going to want to play big pots. And if Ren wants to play big pots, I'm going to try play smaller pots. Do the opposite of what your opponent is trying to get you to do is a good go-to strategy, especially playing no limit hold'em heads-up poker. There is a 30-minute delay, that is correct and right. Fabio takes that one down, and now Ren is under 20 million once more. Basically 50 million playing 20 at the moment. Fabio in raising a queen 10 and Len's call. Four deuce five. Out strength left for Fabio. Queen of diamonds in hand. WSOP and the World Series of Poker Circuit events do not support deals. Very important information. $1.4 million is the bet from Renz. Now let's see how much money goes in when they both have the same hand here. Top pair. Horrific kicker. Well, that three of hearts gives Fabio a push draw now as well. Do we bet a second time for Renz? We can get called by straight draws. We can get called by flush draws. We can get called by an 8. I like to bet somewhere around 3.5 to 4.2 million here. I will make you get down now. Fabio rips on Ren. He's pretty sick for Ren. Just top pair with the worst kicker possible. Good that he has no hearts, no diamonds. Unblocked all the draws. Fabio with a free roll to take down this title all of a sudden. If the river comes a heart, or it'd be a nasty way to go out for Renz. Here we go. I feel like this is just going to be a chop. It's the 9 of spades. It's okay, gang. All bring your side for these. And you know what they say, everybody. I'm not saying it. I'm not saying it. This one will go to Splitsville.
Six side, I think.
I think he says. Guys, I'll be back in just a second. The Robbie isn't going to do it here for Rennes. Fabio picking up the kings of kings. Hard enough to get a hand or make a pair at any stage in Hold'em Behold'em, let alone heads up. But to be dealt kings and no action, sure that makes him sad on the inside. 1.5 million is the bet on the turn here from Renz. Fabio, unconvinced with his ace high, will call. Good shot, straight draws there as well, of course. Renz keeps peppering him with the jab, taking down these small pots, but they all add up. He's now playing 42 big blinds. Almost. Not the worst start of this heads-up battle for him. It was 93 big blinds for Fabio when we first came in here. Ulis reckons if Ren keeps the pot small, he will win 100 out of 100 times. Yeah, the chat's gone quiet there. Are you just admiring Ren's play, or have you run out of gas, or what's going on? We don't quit at half time. We stay to the job's done. Get your pom-poms out for Ren's. Q says, death by 1,000 cuts. No need to flip against this guy for the win. Well, heads up poker is so volatile. You have to take your chances. But you don't really want to get in a 120 big blind flip or 100 big blind flip. It seems crazy when you have the edge skill-wise, I would say. Well, what strikes me about Fabio is he's quite the field player. Fabio the feeler. Let's see where he's at. He will pull the trigger from time to time. He's not doing things correct manner in terms of applying aggression at the right times, etc. I don't want to be blocking. Yes, I suppose a simpler way of saying it would be Space Pirates, as the other guy only races with monsters. I'd just be, Ren's strategy should be exploiting the fact that he's picked up on that. He wants to be free betting more, taking pots off in position, taking free bets in position, free betting more and calling free bets more, or just playing stops, turns, and rivers in position more. Or, you want some more? Please, sir, I want some more. And look at that for a level for Fabio and Renz. Renz closing the gap considerably and now has 50 bigs. Fabio is 63, just 13 big blinds more. And Ren's closing in on having half the chips in play. 44% currently. Space Pirate asked what means 5XT. I actually don't know. Someone said something about that earlier in the chat. I don't know the difference of why it's 4XT and then 5XT. I do know they all secured a 3K package and that has something got to do with it. And then they are playing for another package, a 5K package. So that has something got to do with it. I'm sure it's 5 times the ticket. Oh, does that mean how many times they played the tournament? Or what do you mean 4x tickets and 5x tickets? Yeah, first gets the WSOP Paradise package. And it all secured. I just didn't know why it was 4x, even though pretty sure it's been like that for a couple of weeks. Yeah, the KMEC package is 4 tickets. That's what, yeah. I just got confused because the winner said 5x. It says what Bozy says, he is right, always right. Your chips or mine says, I think the 3K package, there are 4 tickets in total for 3K, and the winner gets 1 extra, the 5K ticket. That is correct and right. Well said. And look at this, Renz wins a couple more pots, small ones. He's basically tied at the top with 57 bigs apiece. 1 big blind separating them. 1.5.
Thank God you're not made of sugar.
It really is game on. Game on. As they are even Stevens. So this is the mini main there, heads up. This had a guaranteed prize pool of $500,000. There were 1,700 entries total. And next weekend we have a 1 million guaranteed on. It's a €1,500 buy-in. It's the World Series of Poker Circuit No Limit Hold'em Championship main event. How does that sound? How would you like those apples? I will be covering that one Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday. So put that in your pipe and smoke it. Ellis says Renz is just playing the sim. He needs to stay focused and secure the W. Renz is very real. Ren's playing quite aggressive and it's paying off for him so far. So good. Heading the game. Championship rounds. Who wants it? Fabio top pair bets 1.5 million. Ren's missing this one. Tells him to show one. Fabio says no. Bingo for Fabio. I wouldn't be shocked to see Renz call this off the way Fabio bet so quick. Just looked quite bluffy, but he does have it. Stall the ball, Renz. It's either a feast or a famine. There is the ring in all its glory.
That's fair view. That's fair view. After I said the blinds off, we are gentle, huh? At least we are playing gentleman's game.
Blinds are 400, 800, 800, 400k, small blind, 800k, big blind with an 800k, running big blind, ante. This will make them a little bit shallower, but these structures are so good, it's not going to change things drastically. And here we go. 3 million is the raise from Fabio with ace king. Oh, Renz decides to just call. Oh, lads, I thought we were going to be getting it in here. I think this is a bit too tight from Renz. 10s plus heads up here. We want to be inducing. Surely. Can understand 6s, 7s, 8s. Maybe even 9s. But 10s? No. 2.4 million is the bet. Fabio gets out of the way. Ooh. Granted, they would have been flipping for a lot. But tens. Such a big hand heads up. He doesn't want to flip. Yeah, but sometimes to take down this title. Look, my name's Action Man Dan. I just want all the action. But it's not 50 big blinds plus. He had, I'll have to go back and look. It's in or around 40 bigs. It could be just too much to get it in. Ayla says, I think if you limp 10-10, you should 3-bet. Yeah, it just seems a bit cagey. I think if we aren't going to get our hand in there, Ayla says, I think if you limp 10-10 there, you should 3-bet. Yeah, I don't really want to be limping it in the first place. I'm going for a raise, lads. If you 3-bet, I'm going to 4-bet. Or I can call in position. But there are many ways to skin a sheep. He doesn't want to flip for the win. Fair enough. He doesn't want to lose like this. He is dominating him the way it goes now. It could be the best strategy. Surely Jacks plus, we're getting it in the middle. Trips for ends. Fabio has nothing. Only king high. Old Trick says, Dan, Turkish, funny name for an Englishman. Put one foot in front of the other, it's called walking. What's happening with them sausages, Turkish? was 2 minutes 5 minutes ago. Yeah, no need to flip if he can win the small pot. See, every day is a learning day. Class is in session. A lot of money on the line. Agreed. Heard, chef. Yes, chef. Overruled. I'm getting a lot of comments about the 10s and the ace king, and everyone saying they should be flipping. I don't think he should be limping. I think he should raise. He gets 3-bet, a chunky sizing. We can 4-bet rip. We take down a lot of money pre-flop uncontested, or we could call in position, even though the pot is going to be quite bloated at that stage, depending on what size the 3-bet is. My go-to strategy, 40 big blinds and below, even if we are heads up against an inferior player, I would be aiming to get my stack in the middle with 10s. Maybe not 9s, 8s, or 7s, and jacks plus, surely to God, is a no-brainer. We want to be attacking Fabio's big blind as much as possible to make him 3-bet more and then combat that strategy. If he's not going to 3-bet, then we just pick him apart, pot by pot, keep peppering him with the jab, and sometimes we're going to fire the jab, the double jab, and the booster. It would be a crying shame for Renz to get it all in there against the ace king and lose the flip when he can pick him apart from the outside. You know, even if we call in position, sometimes we get a low board and our opponent decides to just stack off with ace king or ace queen or whatever it may be. We can't just be thinking of, oh, we're getting it in, it's going to be a flip. Sometimes he's going to 3-bet a large sizing and then fold to the 4-bet. Sometimes he's 3-betting with a hand that's not that great from the big blind, and we're going to call in position and take one off with a really nice hand to see a flop with. Yes, there are going to be overcards sometimes. It doesn't mean we're not going to have the best hand. Yeah, I've seen even more comments come in. Trying my best to catch up with YouTube, but I'm over mostly on the Poker Room Kings on Twitch. Really support how many people are tuning in. It's great. Thank you to all of you. Loads and loads of new names on YouTube and Twitch today and last night. It's the time of the season. Fop says, nice commentary as well. Your cool accent helps, of course. Now cheer for Rennes. Come on. I'm supposed to be unbiased. Well, I'd be lying if I said I didn't have a soft spot for Rennes. There. I said it. All my mods are Dutch. A lot of the followers on this channel are Dutch. I do like Fabio, but it's his first time that I've seen him at King's. Rennes gets so many supporters. Maybe that's why we've got to say that's one of the reasons there's so many viewers today. It's got to do with that man right there. Let's get that straight. Deep down inside all of us, there is a soft spot for Rennes. I'm going to give this guy a hug someday. Looks like he gives a grey hug, and I give a grey hug myself. Rub him for good luck. And clink glasses to good business. I'd say he'll be having a few once it's all said and done here. I don't think Fabio's the kind of guy who's just going to run a 3-street bluff. It's just not going to happen that way. We haven't seen it from him so far. Put a ring on Rennes is the new catchphrase. Feel the full rat of Rennes ring. Rennes will complete with the 8-5 offsuit. This is been one of my favorite final tables to commentate in a while. Just a lot of action. Loads of people chatting, discussing hands. Lots of comedy. Bit of excitement in the air. Again, because of everyone rooting for this guy right here. So let's see how they're doing. 5 big lines separating the two. Rennes has taken the chip lead for quite a while now. Rennes raided. That's a great expression. I love it. Well, lads, if you like the channel, be sure to give us a like, subscribe, and a follow. I went through the schedule with you already. We're on all the usual social media platforms. What age is Rennes? Can someone tell me what kind of an age he is? He looks like he is in hardly younger than 25. He's no older than 28. somewhere between 23 and 28. There's no way he's over 30. Oh, he's over 30. Well, he's looking very fresh face. 28 is what I said. He's got a baby face. Yeah. That was my initial guess. I'll take it. Look at those hairless cheeks. He's 60s. Poker years. Oh, this guy. I presume these are all going to try help him spend his money as well. Presume these are all planning a big party for Renz, whether he wins or loses this heads-up battle. Or does he have to go plan his own? You're raising 2 million from the button with a real hand. He's got a real one. Suddenly, 50 bigs paying 30. $3 million.
Would be a bit much.
Renz takes out another one away from Fabio. don't know. Maybe Fabio wants to see a river there. Oh. Don Resto says there's something wondered since forever why don't big poker rooms make either online registration site or a physical ATM like kiosks to reduce lines during events of big fields. I think they're starting to do that in the likes of Vegas and maybe Europe will catch on soon enough. I don't know enough about it. But even in Ireland now you can pre-register in certain events. Brilliant. Friends takes down another one.
Let me get there. I thought you checked the ace and I say no. That's why. I thought that's why you signed.
Stop playing with your food, Ren. Oh. Open-ended for Fabio. 6, 7, 4, 5, 6, 7 for Ren's and the club. So he won't be going anywhere just yet. Hand looks better than it is because 7 of clubs isn't great. You don't have hands you can use to raise, hands you go for it. Very large raise. Very strong play there by Renz. That's really nice stuff. It's a way better hand to fold there. Dominating club and an open ender. I actually might have just checked back to 10-8 there to realise equity on the turn. My hand is nearly too good to bet. I don't want to get blown off it. That's exactly what happened here. I'm showing white. Stronger of the two remaining players here. Starting to separate himself very nicely away from Fabio. Seven bigs playing 22. King, 3, deuce, 2 clubs top. Fabio was top there. No deal. Gazpo. No deals allowed. Up says, don't call a taxi for Fabio. It's almost over. Spencer's taxis. Depends where you're going. I'd say Renz might need a taxi at some point as well. Where are you bringing them, guys? There's a very large sizing as well. Jack King. The sizings are just a bit all over the place. And Ren is really good at using that to his advantage. There's no way Fabio's putting on heads up. I believe he's Playing for the first score of his life. There's no hand in mob of this guy. Whatever, I've just refreshed the page. That should be way better now. Thank you. Guys, you can rip into Fabio all you want. If he doesn't have a hand in mob, and this is his first score ever, what an amazing achievement. Let's take nothing away from Fabio. It's even more impressive that he's a complete and utter amateur, that he's got this far. I won't hear another bad word said about Fabio Castagna. He's outmatched and he knows it. Guaranteed himself €36,600 and a 3K package. That is an amazing, fantastic result for Fabio. Ren's now over 50 million. And Fabio very close to that 20 big blind zone. Four big playing 21. What a dream scenario this is for Ren. He came in a 3-1 dog and is now a 3-1 favourite. And Fabio clearly getting frustrated. Doesn't really have an answer for Ren's. Doesn't really know what to do in a lot of spots, and Ren's does. And that's a massive difference. He wants to know what time it is. It's Ren's time.
20 or more than 20? More than. How much you play in total?
Fabio is getting asked for a count from Renz. Renz scoops in another pot. These are all making orders. 1 vodka Red Bull, please. 1 spaghetti bolognese, extra cheese. And if it's not extra cheese, I'll send it back. 1 perfectly served Duvel. And I'll have 3 beers, please, love. And a large whiskey on the rocks.
I didn't count. Okay. Would you put them or my 20 account for me, please? Because I would like to know. Thank you so much.
And free entry into the King's Buffet for the next 10 years.
Like 15, 16. Thank you so much.
Okay, please. Thank you, love. Fabio raised to 2 mil. Renz calls with the Jack 6 of hearts. Renz having Fabio out-kicked with the 6. Queen 10-7, 2 clubs. This should just be a bet and take it for Fabio. Very large sizing, 3 million. And that'll do it.
Ah, yes. Cool. It's sweet.
Ren's just going to put the hammer down here. Quite the hammer, 4.6 million. Space Pirate in the house is clearly see the other guy didn't play heads up yet. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's a fantastic result for him to get this far in a field like this. 1,700 runners. World Series of Poker circuit. Nolan Beholdem, mini main event. Against the relentless Renz. Renz is trying to Fabio bet sizing. So many funny jokes today. We had quite the laugh. Are you not entertained? Ace king for Fabio. Check, check. Turn is the ace of clubs. A lot of outs here for Ren. Any club, any 5. He's going to call. Big river. 12 outs for Ren. Oh, whoa. Oh, my God. It's going to be all over. You call and it's all over, baby. And he does call with the flush. Yes. Go on, Ren, you beast. He held in his emotions to the very end and lets out a roar, and I'm all for it. Congratulations, man. Oh, he's crying. Wow. Let it all out. Crying and laughing is just learning. Tears of joy. Unless he's crying because he only had 10% of himself. Ren's Boj takes down the mini main. And what a warm up and a starter this was for next weekend. Thank you to every one of you who've tuned in today and yesterday on YouTube and the Poker Room Kings on Twitch. I don't want you to miss these guys' interviews. I'm going to get out of here. What a performance. Over 50 G's, baby, for Ren's. Okay, guys, I'm going to get out of here. You can find out all the additional information on the Kings Resort website. For now, I'm going to say my goodbyes. Catch me if you can. I've been Action Man Dan. Good night.
So